Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting of December 10th of the Placerville City Council to order. First business this evening is closed session. Before we go into closed session, the city attorney would like to read some information into the record. Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there's two items on closed session that the government code requires we preface with some opening remarks in open session before we go into closed session. One of them is conference with real property negotiator, government code section 54956.8. The properties involved are 487, 489, 515, and 525 Main Street. The negotiating parties are the County of El Dorado and the City of Placerville. Representing the city is our city manager, Cleve Morris. Representing the county is the county administrator, Don Ashton. The items that are under negotiation are the terms of a potential purchase or acquisition of the aforementioned properties. The other item is the item of threatened litigation. That is based upon, and that is pursuant to 54956.9, that is based upon two phone calls received by our police department relating to the camping ordinance that's before you tonight. In those phone calls, the individual, Jonathan Gainsborough, indicated in one call to the executive assistant, Michelle Rand, that he may have to obtain counsel in order to contest the ordinance, and in the phone call to the chief, Mr. Gainsborough indicated that he was going to contact ACLU attorneys to file a lawsuit against the county if the city passed the ordinance. Those are the reasons that I've had that put on the agenda for closed session as threatened litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. If there's no other comments, then we will go ahead and adjourn to closed session at this time. And let me know that the entire council is present. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the meeting of the Placerville City Council for December 10th. I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and I'd also ask you to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, and thank you again. Excuse our being a few minutes late. We had a number of items we had to deal with in closed session this evening. Nice to see a large audience in attendance, and nice to see our representatives from our various safety agencies. Good evening to Chief Lloyd Ogan. Nice to see you here, sir. With that, I'll ask the clerk to please go ahead and call the roll.
Mayor Acuna.
Here.
Councilmember Borelli. Here. Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Here.
Councilmember Taylor. Here. Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 3, announcements and presentations to the public. We have a very important and exciting announcement this evening. The introduction of a new fire chief. Fire Chief Tim Cordero is going to be presented to us this evening by Chief Lloyd Ogan. Chief, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor and council members. So back in July of this past year, our district started a process that ended up being a nationwide recruitment and search process for a new permanent fire chief. And during that process, we had several candidates who applied, and it came down to 2 candidates that we ultimately interviewed for the position of fire chief. And so the end result was a individual who has 32 years of service here in this county, who has spent a majority of his career in the city of Placerville at Station 25 as a firefighter, as a captain, as a battalion chief, and now as a division chief. And so it's my pleasure tonight to introduce to you your new fire chief, Tim Cordero. Tim?
Tim, please come forward.
Thank you, Chief Hogan. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, it's an honor and a privilege to be here this evening and to be introduced as the new fire chief for El Dorado County Fire District, which is the fire district that represents the city of Placerville. As Chief Hogan stated, I did spend the majority of my career at Station 25 as a firefighter captain and whatnot, and I've always kind of considered myself an El Dorado County firefighter, but my heart's always been at Station 25 in the city of Placerville. It's a good station. It's a busy house. It's really that sense of small town pride in the city, which I really enjoy. So a little bit about myself. My wife here is here, Lori. She's lived in Placerville her whole life. She's kind of my rock on the side of all this. But I really look forward to working with the council, working with the city, continuing to provide that high level of service that we have in the collaborative working relationship that we have with the city. If there's any questions, anything that the council needs, more than willing to reach out and have those conversations and plan on attending these meetings on a regular basis to represent our fire district and ultimately your fire district.
Tim, thank you very much and congratulations. And I think the council would welcome a handshake with you to congratulate you if you'd like to come up. Sure.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Chief. Chief Hogan, I won't put the new chief on the spot, but you might just briefly mention the budget that new Chief Cordero is about to take over and the number of personnel that he'll now be, or he now is in charge of, just to give sense of what his new duties encompass.
So a little bit of background on our agency. We have about a $16 million combined budget between our ambulance and fire operations. We have 75 total personnel in the organization, 6 staff fire stations. I think there's 5 now that are unstaffed. 4, yeah, unstaffed stations. So we have a response area that's about 200 or about 300 square miles, 281 I think to be exact. But it doesn't tell the whole story, as I've told you guys before. The rest of the story is that we also border El Dorado National Forest. And we have a first response criteria in there that adds another approximately 300 square miles. So we cover approximately 600 square miles. And that's what Chief Cordero is going to be now in command of, is those 6 stations with 75 personnel, 600 square miles of protection for the east end of El Dorado County.
Thank you very much, Chief Hogan. And I would, usually, as well as congratulating Chief Cordero, I'd also like to thank the El Dorado County Fire District Board for their excellent selection when they selected you as their interim chief. This past year, it has been my honor to work with Chief Hogan, learn a tremendous amount about the challenges that we all face as citizens, and he faces with his group of first responders. And I would also say that it was through his diligent efforts throughout the months of September, October, and November that we feel that we were able to effectively place some demands on PG&E during their numerous power safety shutoffs that we hope will convince their leadership that much of what they did here was unnecessary. And Chief Hogan brings that information from strictly a fire science perspective and fire history, which is something clearly that PG&E does not have the knowledge, and he is been an instrument to our success, and we look forward to carrying that forward. I believe we're going to have a little thank you for you at our first meeting in January, but I didn't want to let this nice audience go to waste and let them know that you were with us night and day. They were taking actual field fire weather data that we have collected that will be used to prove to PG&E there was no fire danger in El Dorado County while they had our power shut off. So, Lloyd, I look forward to recognizing you for that effort. And congratulations to Chief Cordero. I'm sure that you are going to take off with the new department. We have already got some new and exciting plans we can't quite talk about, but your enthusiasm and background are just exactly what our community needs. Congratulations to you. Oh, great. Well, that's a fun way to start a meeting. All right, now we'll move on to probably nothing nearly as exciting as that, but 3.2 are brief comments by colleagues at on the City Council. Vice Mayor Saragosa? I'll start with you this evening, sir.
Just quickly, just want to thank city staff, the police department, our star volunteers, and the Taylors for really a great parade this last weekend. It was touch and go there, I think, with the weather, but it went off without a hitch. So thank you, everybody.
All right. Councilmember Taylor, did you have any comments this evening for our public?
Well, I'd like to echo the thanks for the Christmas parade. It was it was so much fun to be a part of this year and to see all the community groups that came out and all the people that came out, even with the really threatening weather. And then just a couple of things I've been up to since the last meeting, which seems like a really long time ago. But the Cannabis Committee interviewed the final applicant. I attended a presentation by Alan Thompson on the campfire phones, fires, and failures at the Pleasant Valley Fire Safe Council on November 14th, which was a really fascinating and terrifying case study of all of the mishaps during the campfire. And kind of the gist of the presentation was making a case for radio communication over like internet-based apps and things like that. So it was really interesting. And then me and some of my colleagues attended the Capital Region Local Policymaker Dinner regarding public safety power shutoffs and their impacts on local government. So,
Thank you, Karen. Councilmember Borelli.
Well, I joined Councilmember Chair, and that was a really interesting meeting. Dennis was there too, and we had a couple of speakers that presented us with, I think, some interesting facts. They were talking about withdrawing from PG&E. That's something we've all been talking about, and how, what possibly could be done and all that, et cetera, et cetera. And I too attended several meetings. Possible, Dennis and I and some other folks talked about possible, what we're going to allow in or set precedent in street closures. And we also all attended the pension workshop and of course the Christmas parade, which I have to say I thought was one of the best ones that we've ever had. I thought it was just so well organized, and I appreciated the policing of it. They just really, it seemed like it was so well organized, and I really appreciated that. And I really thought that the folks really upgraded the floats this year. I've never seen as many, I thought, really great floats. So anyway, it was great, and I have to give plaudits to all the high school bands when they join together. Those kids are they just make that parade. You can just tell they're just so thrilled to be there and having so much fun. So anyway, I would just thank everybody that was involved for doing that.
Thank you, Patty. And Dennis.
Well, I attended all those things that they talked about, and one of the things that I've been very involved with in the last month and a half has been our Festival of Lights, and it took a real community effort to put it on this year. Rebecca from the city, I can't thank you enough for. When it came time to figure out how we're going to light the tree and what we're going to do, she stepped up and got some contacts and figured out what it would take to do that. At the time we were doing that, I happened to be walking down the street, and so I joined her. And little did I know I'd be joining her all the way through the rest of the season. But what she did in getting people together and bringing people into the mix that was either by money or effort or both, was just short of phenomenal to get what we got done. The tree is beautiful, and the lights over the street are absolutely amazing too. And it's one of those things that really just kind of exploded it this year. Some of the people that were involved with getting those lights over the street, you think you just put up lights. I am surprised at what it takes to just put up lights over the street. Some of the people involved, Matt Veerkamp, Doug Veerkamp, General Engineering, supplied a lot of the street closure, a lot of equipment to do the work. Matt Veerkamp provided countless hours, I would say 30 or 40 hours worth of time, overnight and different times doing the work. We have C&H Motor Parts that provided money. Mountain Enterprises that provided, between them, it was about $5,000. Placerville Downtown Association, AirTech had a generous cash donation. REY Engineering cash donation. These are some people that work with our city that want to, give back and support us. Drake Haglin, they supported with a cash donation. John Clarici, a previous council member, John Clarici Consulting, he provided it. And Western Science. I just have to thank Western Science for the tradition that they had carried on for years in supporting our city and doing that at no cost. And I get a little taste of what he went through every year to make sure that our tree was lit and that we had an amazing event. And so my hat goes off to Western Science and all that they did over the years. And there's one other thing, so thank you, Rebecca, for all you did on that. One of the other things in Transportation Commission, I was able to, I hope, at least he agreed that we should be able to do this. We've talked a lot about street closures and all the challenges we have with street closures and the impact of the city, the traffic and all this. And we also have the Highway 50. We have Apple Hill and the impact they have on the city for traffic. So part of the hotspot study that they are doing is we got a grant of $30,000. Transportation Commission got a grant of $30,000 to do modeling, to see what the different ideas of changing around our Highway 50 corridor could do to improve our traffic in our city. So they're also going to model, I asked them to model what would happen if we closed Main Street for our events during Apple Hill and other times of the year. So hopefully, if we can get some real data instead of what everybody feels and thinks about what happens, we'll get some real data on what's going to happen with street closures. So that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dennis, and I appreciate very much that you specifically outlining all the various partners that went into making the huge improvements and additions to our Christmas lighting this year. And I really appreciate your observation of what it's like to go, be out there on the street and the challenges that they've faced and Western Sign has faced for decades as they did that work. And I'm sure sometime next year, now that we know that Western Sign and the Brazelton family has stepped away, that there'll be an appropriate proclamation recognizing all the years of hard work that they gave to this community and all the enjoyment, millions of people that saw that tree over the years that they were its steward. And, but especially thank you for naming all the folks that stepped forward and for recognizing our city engineer for being out there. And I had a merchant who asked me something about this. I saw someone up there, and she was certainly making sure that everybody was doing what I said. Oh, that was our city engineer. And I've never seen anybody command people and get it done so sharp. I said, yeah, that's our city engineer. So congratulations to everybody involved, and thank you to all those folks that Councilmember Thomas named, because it's important. It is very much a part of our tradition that we enjoy, part of being a small town. I was going to echo the lights, but you certainly did a great job, and I really appreciate it. And I have the same enthusiasm as Councilmember Clarici does for lights. So we'll do more next year. I would like to thank our Public Works guys for coming out during our miniature monsoon practice that we had last Saturday night when we got about almost 3/4 of an inch of rain in an hour. And I was over at the pizza factory and watched Broadway fill up with water and Mosquito and a lot of other places. And they came out, as they always do, and made sure that no property damage occurred. I think we probably got close in a few instances. It was good that Mother Nature decided she was done when she was done, because we came very close, a couple of spots that I saw. And this is merchants that don't need to suffer that kind of damage from a freak thunderstorm. But thanks to your crew and yourself for coming out. And then also being out on Sunday morning bright and early, and the roadblocks and things that I went up to, the traffic control that our Public Works staff was manning as a part of the Christmas parade, all smiles and positive attitudes. Thank you very much again for portraying that positive image. And I appreciate all the extra signing that we had out on Cedar Ravine and what have you, because as these events grow more popular, we have to think outside our own box as people come in from every direction now to attend these. And just briefly, a little bit more serious note, I would just briefly note that the city manager, myself, Supervisor Brian Veerkamp, District 3, and the county CAO have met with the executives from SMUD. There was a very frank and honest discussion that did take place, and hopefully within the next 30 days, we should have some written communications that we will be able to share with the public regarding the realities of SMUD or any other utility coming in here, and the realities of asking PG&E to leave town. So that was a huge issue. And a concern with our community, and I just want to let you know that that process is very much underway.
And it's not easy.
No, it is not easy whatsoever. But we will have accurate information to share with the entire community within the next 30 days. So, all right, moving on to item 4, closed session report.
Mayor,
Mr.
could I make one announcement that
Sure.
wasn't on there?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
pardon me, I'm sorry.
I just want to announce the, this Thursday evening, the cannabis meeting that is taking place. This is a public meeting to receive input on our 11 applicants that we currently have for potential cannabis businesses. This is not a city council meeting, it's just a public meeting that will be my staff and I taking input on the various sites that have been proposed for cannabis business. So
thank you.
that is Thursday at 5 o'clock here at Town Hall.
In this building. And what's the format? Are those applicants going to be here, and what are you?
The applicants are not required to be here, but I'm assuming they will be here. We will be presenting the sites and what type of business they are proposing, and then we will take public comments.
So a member of the public could come in and you're going to be basically conducting the meeting yourself?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
great. So this is your opportunity to voice your concerns on the 11 applicants.
Correct. Yep.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Very important meeting. And we've been at the cannabis licensing process now for approximately how long? Kara, all of Kara's elected
I believe we
career,
started in May with the process. Yeah, so,
and all of last year drafted.
Right.
yeah, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, we move forward steadily. Thank you all for your hard work on that. Thank you, Cleve. I appreciate you getting that announcement in there. All right, now we'll move on to closed session. Now I have my favorite time of the meeting where I get to ask the city attorney if he has anything to report this evening. Mr. Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do not have anything to report tonight, as the council did not take reportable action in closed session.
Thank you, sir. But we do appreciate your wise legal counsel during closed session. All right. I'll move on to item 5, adoption of the agenda. There was a suggestion by one of my colleagues that if there were a number of folks here this evening that were concerned about the Clay Street traffic calming report, that we move that up from about midnight tonight to a little sooner in the meeting, to maybe begin, if it would be acceptable to staff, to be able to present that maybe at the beginning of the 12 items rather than at the end of all of those. Although it's a lot of fun to watch us spend money. What's the thoughts of the council, Mr. Zaragoza?
Yeah, I mean, if my colleagues approve, I'd like to move 15.1 or 15, at least the Clay Street traffic calming report to before 12.1, basically.
Okay. I believe I see some members. Do I not see members of the Clay Street
Wait a minute.
contingent out there?
What number are you?
15, so 15 is
15.1.
city manager and staff reports, and under that we had
Oh, okay.
the Clay Street
Okay,
traffic calming
There you-
report.
Okay, I found it.
And that's
Okay.
got some interesting information.
So to move 15.1 basically in front of, to be our first
To
12.1.
before
Before
12.1.
12. Okay.
Right.
Right, is that a motion?
That's an emotion, yes, for adoption of the agenda and add that.
With that.
With that
With
change?
that.
I'll second.
I'll say,
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. I think you're all going to enjoy some of the information that's in 15.1. I know I was surprised. All right, this is fun Christmas meetings. A proclamation, and this is just so appropriate, honoring Hollis Henderson, and I believe he is in the audience this evening. There he is. Well, you can stand, or you can come up, or we've got a nice proclamation. And your wife is welcome to join you too. And if you brought a photographer, they're welcome to come forward. Why don't you hang out there at the podium for a minute, and I will go ahead and read this. And this is This is a real honor.
Is it?
Back at it again. A proclamation of the City Council, the City of Placerville, recognizing Hollis Henderson for his profound and meaningful contribution to our community. Whereas Hollis Henderson is a Marine legacy, serving in the United States Marine Corps from 1966 to 1987. After following in his family's footsteps, his ancestors, James Henderson, was proudly one of the 6 Queens Marines who signed with General George Washington and became the first Marines of the United States. Hollis served 3 tours in Vietnam, including 30 hours of flying nonstop helicopter rescue operations in Operation Frequent Wind during the fall of Saigon. And whereas Hollis first served as the Toys for Tots coordinator when he was stationed outside of Boston from 1982 to 1987, and was instrumental in computerizing the operations during a time when cell phones and laptops were non-existent, ensuring that the network of donations was successful in brightening the Christmas mornings for children and families throughout the region. And whereas the Toys for Tot campaign is an all-encompassing effort, and from 2006 to 2016, Hollis became responsible for the Toys for Tots program throughout El Dorado County, and for over a 10-year span, 243,000 new toys were collected, and at least 45,000 local children were blessed on Christmas morning thanks to these efforts and our community's generous support. And whereas a favorite tradition was born when Christmas catastrophe happened, the only time the Placerville Christmas Parade was canceled, the Toys for Tots campaign got creative. That year, a Toys for Tot collection event was quickly organized around the bell tower. Good cheer abound, and an average of $7,000 was collected during those weekend events, with all proceeds spent on toys from local stores in downtown Placerville. And whereas Hollis is the embodiment of Toys for Tots, and during the 10 years he served El Dorado County, it was his personal mission to ensure that the children in our county always had a special Christmas to remember, and that they knew they were cared for, remembered, heard, and loved. Now, therefore, I, Mark Acuna, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Placerville, urge all citizens to join me in recognizing Hollis for his tireless and meaningful service to our community and extending him best wishes in all his future endeavors. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Trapdoor. That being said, I couldn't have done it without the community. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We turned this into a community effort. Norm donated how many hours? We realized early on when we started this little campaign that the previous Toys for Tots coordinators were getting way in over their heads. The number of children requiring and needing toys at Christmas was just overwhelming. It was out of control. And so we stepped up to the plate, took on Toys for Tots. We got the Rotary on board, we got Kiwanis on board, we got the city of Placerville on board, we got the Placerville Fire Department the Placerville Police Department on board. We've got the El Dorado County Fire on board, El Dorado County Sheriff on board. We went community-wide with this thing. And I learned from my previous tenure as Toys for Tots, and I was just one of the grunts in the trenches when I was in New England, and it's a community effort. We can't do it by ourselves. It just can't be done. And from what I understand, talking to Stacy, it's even gotten worse. And she's doing her best. So I haven't talked to her this year to see where her numbers are.
Hollis, could we have you talk into the microphone so we
Yes.
we
So-
want everybody.
We can't hear you.
We want the folks at home to hear you
I'm
too.
not talking to you, I'm talking to
Oh, no, I understand. We'll just turn that thing around.
there we go.
There we go.
All right,
Yeah,
so-
you don't talk to us, talk to them.
Well, so I'll keep this short. And one of the things that I really appreciate is all the effort that the community gave me in the 10 years that we did this. I couldn't have done it without you. And I say thank you. Thank you.
I said yes to you, I can't remember how many years ago it was, and it was never a mistake. But every time when we were looking at this and they were going to shut down this program, you and I together as husband and wife, and kind of agreeing with me all the time, right, Holly? Pretty much. We did it, and we did it for 10 years. We didn't really have a Christmas at our house, but it was so important to have the Christmas for the kids. And some of those kids, those younger kids, I have to tell the community here right now, I have several of them in my classroom. And they come up to me and they just say, "Oh, Mrs. Henderson, I remember when we were sharing on the floor and giving the toys away when they were little. Now they're graduating, they're moving on with their lives." And some of them come back and talk to us about the fun time, especially the bell tower. And I sent Wendy the picture of us when we had the snow and the bell and making the snowman and that sort of thing. But we couldn't have done it without Jeff and Brody and the rest of this community and the food that was served to us. Oh my golly. But I really am grateful to the city of Placerville. This is our home away from home. And I know there's every moment we miss it an awful lot because we love the charity part about it. But thank you for that bell tower because that was awesome. Every moment, and I'm glad that that tradition's carrying on, and I'm glad that community still embraces it. So with that message, you want to say goodbye, Holly? Okay.
I'd just like to see if there are any other council members would like to add any additional comments.
No, I think it's all been said, but I know what, I had my affiliation with them a lot of times, and it was just a pleasure to have them. And it was
Absolutely.
disappointing, but I understood why they had to give up. They really worked their tails off, and 10 years is a long time.
That's a long time.
To all that, and it's a huge job, but
And-
I offer my thanks too.
All right, Kara, anything? And just so you heard correctly, that was 243,000 toys. So thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Job well done. All right, well, we had another proclamation this evening honoring James Whipple from Marshall Hospital, but we've been asked to postpone that until January, so we will move on to item 6.3, which is employee service recognition. Mr. Morris, I believe we have one employee this evening that we're honoring.
We do. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my privilege tonight to honor Brett Stone from our engineering
I think I saw, there's
department.
Brett.
And Brett is here.
Come on up, Brett.
I want to welcome him and present him with his certificate for 10 years of service with the city.
Thanks, everybody.
Brett, the microphone is yours, sir. Well, for a minute or two.
Rearrange
Tough
it.
act to follow right there. We appreciate it. You know, thank you. Yeah, I've enjoyed working with the city for almost 16 years, but
Thank you.
I had a little break for a while in between there when times were tough in 2009. And, but it's really been fun working with everybody, and it's a great place to work. So, thank you.
Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. Brett is responsible for making sure that mud does not go where it's not supposed to this time of year. And I, for one, having several construction sites in my neighborhood for the last 3 winters, said he does a hell of a job because it can make a big mess, and it doesn't have to. And Brett proves that every winter. So thank you for not only that, but all you do all year round. And this is just great. Let's see. Well, let's give something else away here, Clay. No, we've run out of things. All right, moving on to public comment. First, I'll ask if there's any written communication, Mr. Morris.
You do have one letter that we received a while back, November 18th, from Mr. Vandekar. I know Mr. Vandekar is in the audience, and I don't know if he has any comments on that. It's a request, and it's related to facilities that may become available for affordable housing. And the city has looked into that and looked at those options and are still pursuing possibilities in that area. So.
Okay, all right. I'll ask Mr. Vandekar, did you want to spend a moment to address that item specifically, sir? We do have your letter from November 18th. Nice to see you here this evening.
Thank you. I would like to speak on that particular matter. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am a 40-year resident of this wonderful community, and I have not appeared before the city council for quite a while, but although some time has passed, I still have the same basic concerns as I have had in previous discussions. Some of you know that I've spent some considerable effort and time working to shelter and assist homeless in our community. I currently am president of the nonprofit Hangtown Haven, Inc., and I'm very active with the nomadic shelter. After Art Edwards developed the Hangtown shelter Haven, I helped operate that tent village, which sheltered about 40 individuals. The Haven was so successful that it was accused of attracting more homeless people, and the city chose to shut it down. One thing I've learned during the past 10 years working with homeless people is that homelessness and the homeless people need a safe place to stay when there is cold and windy weather or whatever. Across the nation, people have recognized that homelessness is rising and that people need housing first to allow them to go to health and recovery meetings and to find jobs. Because local public agencies have not acted, churches and volunteers have developed and operated the nomadic shelter, an informal winter nighttime shelter program. We're working very hard to do what we can to provide shelter, peaceful sleep, and care for our sisters and brothers who are in dire need. Our shelters still do not provide safety or access to services during the day. Now, regarding the armory located in the city, Placerville has an opportunity to work with the state and private contractors to provide some low-cost housing that is in dire need. This is a key step in reducing the homeless population. Low-cost housing will not only save lives, it will improve public health, reduce hospital and policing costs. It's time for the city to do something that is positive. It's time for the city to set an example as it did with the old Hangtown Haven. I spent much of my professional career working with and for public entities with elected boards. I have some understanding of the pressures you members of the City Council face. You may have to choose between responding to those who elected you and doing what you know is right. We all desire a clean and negative, we all desire to ease the negative effect homelessness has on business. We all want clean streets, parks, thriving businesses, and a beautiful environment. We all want to treat all people with respect. With your help, we can do all these things. Please choose to help develop low-cost housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandekar. And again, we appreciate your letter, and the council has reviewed it. All right, moving on to item 7.2, oral communication. This is the portion of the meeting reserved for any member of the public that wishes to address the city council on an item that is not on this evening's agenda. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and you limit your content to items that are pertinent to issues before the city council. Good evening. If you could please state your name to the record and adjust the microphone.
Mayor and council members. My name is Frank Porter. I'm a retired school superintendent and a 35-year resident proudly of El Dorado County. And as Don just commented, as a school superintendent, I've worked with large boards and urban boards and small district boards, and I understand the deep pressures that council members are under around all sorts of issues, and you have a lot of things hitting you. But I'm here tonight with another set of people to comment on a really pressing issue that I know you're concerned about, and I hope that you're going to take some more action to address. Affordable workforce housing, as you know, is an urgent need in our county with the current shortage of an estimated 3,070 affordable housing, workforce housing units. The shortage of affordable housing is stifling economic growth in our county. You just need to talk to business leaders and employers in this county, and they will tell you that. It's contributing to the homeless epidemic, and it's consuming an ever-growing share of paychecks of working families. Our homeless population, as you well know from the point and count study, is the January of 2019 study, stands at 613 people with, again, that's the winter count. We all know that's not really a real number, but it's a benchmark, and it's a good benchmark. And 80% of those are unsheltered, and nearly 50% of those are have lived in El Dorado County their entire lives. These are not people from outside of our county. They are our residents who have fallen into homelessness for a whole host of reasons. Nearly 2 months ago, on October 13th, the Western Slope Coalition on Affordable Housing and Homelessness, which I'm now working with in my retirement project, one of them, in collaboration with other individuals and organizations, organized and presented a town hall on this topic right here in this town hall. It was clear from the town hall forum that there's broad civic interest and concern about in effectively addressing this important issue. We had a turnout of approximately 100 local citizens, elected officials, including Councilmember Borelli, who attended as well, Supervisor Heidel, Sheriff DiAgostini, the HOT team, and many nonprofit civic organizations, church ministries, and public agencies. Many of those civic groups are here tonight with me, along with Don. And we were very gratified with the level of interest, participation, along with helping connect interested volunteers to agencies. We had sign up. Part of the event was to mobilize people to get involved in all the many organizations. And there's some great news I'm going to share with you in a couple of minutes. There are wonderful things going on. And part of the goal was to share those with the HOT team. I think we gave the HOT team, accumulated a list of about 25 or 30 new volunteers for them. We accumulated another committed people that got involved in the Nomadic Shelter Project and a number of others. So these are part of the solutions, and I gave to the clerk, I don't know if you've had a chance to hand it to the council members, but we have and I apologize, we're running out of color ink, so it's black and white, but part of our effort is we want to, one, celebrate there, again, as you honored a gentleman earlier for his contributions to the wonderful Toys for Tot program, and he complimented the audience and the community. And the wonderful thing that I've discovered and had reaffirmed why I like to live in El Dorado County is the number of community groups.
Please, Mr. Porter?
Excuse me?
Your 3 minutes is up.
All right,
Good.
I will wrap it up. Yeah, that there are a lot of community organizations already working on this problem, and I urge you to continue working on it. And I'd like to have Maureen share some more good news with you about another opportunity.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself, please, and we'll give you a fresh 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council people. My name is Maureen Dion Perry. I'm a 20-year resident of El Dorado County and have worked for 40 years in healthcare at Marshall Medical Center and at Kaiser Permanente. So I too have my retirement project, and that includes work on affordable housing and homelessness. At that meeting that Frank was talking about, I think it was very interesting. We did a survey at the end to get feedback from people, and 85% of the people who attended said that they believed that the housing first philosophy was a very important one. That was one of the discussion areas, was different models of how to approach homelessness, and the overall overwhelming feeling of those attending was that housing first is a very important step for us to take. And the city of Placerville really has an enormous opportunity to lead the way in addressing this solution to homelessness. In late August of this year, the California Department of General Services released a list of surplus state properties that are available to local jurisdictions to develop into permanent supportive housing and affordable workforce housing. That's what we desperately need. One of the state properties, as has been mentioned, is the Placerville Armory. Not only is this site now available for permanent supportive housing, it's available at very low cost via long-term leasing, with additional state funding and tax credit funding available to assist with the development of new housing on this site. There are nonprofit affordable housing developers who want to make this happen with you. We urge you to take advantage of this opportunity and lead the way to really develop affordable, supportive workforce housing in our community. We really need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Kuna and City Council members. My name is Jamie Butler. I've been a resident of this county for almost 20 years, and I love it. And I've been active in trying to make it better. I want to reiterate what Maureen and Frank and Don have said about how important it is to deal with the problem of homelessness and the problem of affordable workforce housing in this county. I don't think that some people understand how much money it costs the taxpayers to do nothing, and how much money could be saved by doing something and working with the state on the Armory project. In our group, we have a school superintendent, Frank, teachers, myself, nursing, Maureen, school board member, Sean Frame, and every single one of us is touched by either no low-cost housing or homelessness in one form or another. So I'm thinking that the Armory can prevent more homelessness, that would be a great investment for the city. And in order for that to happen, and in order for you guys to be able to spend money on that, you will have to answer to some of your constituents who will object. And I hope that you will have answers for them, that this is actually going to cost them less money to do it this way, and it's much more kind to do it this way than to do nothing. In order to remind you of what we've been talking about here, I brought you something for your Christmas tree. It says, "Be brave and be kind." So I'd like to give this to you guys for your tree or for your office, wherever you want.
If you could give it to our clerk, that would be great.
Okay.
Right back there.
And we'll make sure it gets on our tree right back there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item? Good evening, Mr. Frame. How are you this evening?
Good, thank you. I'm Sean Frame. I'm a Placerville resident. I've lived here almost 12 years. And before I start, I do want to talk about the Armory project as well. But before I start, I'd just like to thank you for the compassionate approach that you've taken on this issue. I know this comes before you quite a bit from a lot of different angles. It's not an easy issue for you to deal with, but I do appreciate all that you're doing on this issue, and I know how hard it is. I'm here tonight because I'm the Vice President of the Placerville Union School District Board. I have my fellow board members here with me tonight, and I came here to talk about it because we at the Placerville School District have to deal with homeless youth. Right now, at this minute, out of our 1,300 kids, over 70 of them are homeless. At times, that number is over 100. And you may be asking yourself, where are they sleeping? Where are they? The reality is, homeless youth sleep in a variety of places. They may not be camping, but they may be sleeping on a neighbor's or friend's couch or family member's couch. They may be sleeping in their car. They may be sleeping in a motel or a shelter. The bottom line is they face housing insecurity. And how does this dovetail with the idea of affordable housing? Well, the reality is that many of these families are members of the working poor. They have jobs, but low wages and unstable wages make finding permanent housing a very difficult thing. This bears costs for our community. First of all, there are the obvious costs of dealing with children who come in with the problems of being homeless, of getting them to the point where they can learn. But the real cost is their lost future. That's the cost. We have an opportunity, you as a city have an opportunity to do something very low cost that would address the needs of these working families. This Armory project is available for only a very short time, maybe the next 2 years, and it requires your action. It's there waiting for you. There are nonprofits ready to help build it, develop it, manage it, at almost no cost to the city of Placerville. So I ask you tonight to stand up and be the heroes that I know you are. At this time of year, when we think about others, think about these families and these kids in our school district, and please take action on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate your comments and appreciate your board members being here this evening. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on any non-agendized item this evening? Good evening, and remember, we would ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Good evening.
Of course, Jennifer Chapman, Clay Street resident. I guess I just wanted to say, with all the recognition of people contributing to the holiday events, it seemed like, I don't know exactly what their role was, but Sue and Tim Taylor, I think, had an important role with the parade. And I just think it, should be recognized because they do really love Placerville. And then I guess this letter that was sent by the tribe perhaps didn't come in soon enough, but there was correspondence that pertains to the interest of the Wapumnis Nisnan Miwok tribe, which is a really important part of our community also, that is very interested in the historic buildings and has really made a claim on some of the historic buildings and continues to have interest. And so hopefully the city council members will all get this correspondence. They're just basically trying to say that they do have, a right to be considered for those buildings. They're still working on their federal recognition. It's a big process in Washington, D.C. And I will say I just went back east to the East Coast, and I did see an amazing museum exhibit at the National Museum of the American Indian, and part of it was actually focused on the 18 unratified treaties in California. It was an exhibit called Nation to Nation, but it did actually include the treaty that the Wapumnis will continue to make their story known about, but they were involved in a treaty that got lost in the process. And I guess other than that, I guess my other comments are going to be mostly for the other Clay Street items, but thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item? So please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Anytime I make representations here or anywhere that I find are in error, I have an obligation to make corrections. But in the case of the statements I made that are different from what was provided to you by a representative from the Lincoln Highway Association, there's nothing for me to correct, just some additional details. All the historians in my family regarding the idea that the Lincoln Highway markers in this county were placed 1 mile apart is correct. I asked Marilyn Ferguson, who quickly answered 1 mile apart. And then I went through a lot of books at the research services of the county museum. And one of the exciting things is that Cynthia, who is one of the historians I know by just first name, Cynthia's great-great-grandfather operated a stagecoach from here to Virginia. And prior to automobiles being here, there were 1 mile markers for the stagecoach. Now that might sound a little strange, but remember the last half of the 1800s, California, this was a big place. This was the third largest town in the state. And to go between the center of the gold rush of California to Virginia City was important. How are you going to keep track? Looking at the watch isn't enough unless you've got something to measure it against. So even before the Lincoln Highway went in, that would be the case. I asked a lot of people in their 90s, but frankly, most of them would have been toddlers, really small. But the thing that I found out is that that it is something that people would take great pride in the highway. So the only difference between what that representative offered and I offered is just that history which relates to this county and this locally. I don't know what happened in the complex world of the Lincoln Highway throughout, but it'd be more memorable in my family because automobiles was very much a part of it. My maternal grandfather joined the Highway Patrol shortly after it was created at a time when there were only 3 CHP officers in the entire county. My great-grandfather had the Ford agency, and then my grandmother, Gertrude Kirk, at the time the Lincoln Highway opened, had the Dodge dealership here. So they would talk about automobiles. It'd be more likely to come up. And I just think that it's a wonderful idea. I'm glad you're behind it. And I just think that some effort should be made to put the markers where they originally were. And thanks to the original manual that was first published way back in 1914, I'll get it right. You know, you'll be able to find it. I see my 3 seconds is gone. Thank you.
Kurt, appreciate your comments. We will get that monument situation corrected. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on non-agendized item? Mayor recognizes Sue Rodman.
Sue Rodman,
Good evening.
resident of Placerville. And we have some other heroes that maybe we need to talk about tonight. There is an invitation to attend the 3rd annual Wreaths Across America ceremony. Wreaths Across America places wreaths on the graves of veterans each December. When wreaths are laid on the graves of veterans, their name is said aloud. This is the 3rd year Wreaths Across America will place wreaths at the Upper Town and Old City cemeteries in Placerville. The event starts at noon on December 14th, so there's not a lot of lead time here, but this is December 14th, this Saturday, at the Veterans Memorial Building. They'll have a short ceremony and a couple of videos and the opportunity for the attendees to remember their own veterans who have already reported to the final formation. Afterwards, there will be a convoy to both graveyards to lay the wreaths. If you want to contact people, they have a website, wreaths@fastmail.com, where you can get more information. And I thought that was a really lovely thing for Placerville. This is the first time I knew about it, so I wanted to share that with the council and with the public that we have this going on in Placerville.
So what time are they meeting at the?
At the Veterans Memorial Building, December 14th at noon.
Okay.
Sue, could you give that note to our city clerk so that she could get that in the record correctly and also maybe get that on our website? This is the first I've heard of it. Certainly
I've never
sounds
heard
like
of it,
a
yeah.
beautiful ceremony and something that we will want to honor that it's taking place here in our historic cemeteries. Thank you for that. Any other member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item? Seeing no one else approaching the podium, I will close public comment. And, all right. Certainly, sir. And again, this is on a non-agendized item?
Yes.
Thank you, and you have your 3 minutes.
Jonathan
Hit the clock.
Gainsborough. I've been a resident of Placerville almost 25 years. What a beautiful, beautiful, privileged place we live in. And whenever I hear of the campfire, I'm just glad that we are safe. I don't see a homeless shelter on the agenda. I would like to see it agendized. I hope that we can speak about the ordinance 10.2 later on in the evening. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is going to be a specific item we will have comment on.
3 years ago, I was going 3.5 years every week to City Hall in Sacramento. I heard the mayor, Kevin Johnson, actually it was before Darrell Steinberg, say that we don't do services for the homeless. Today, 3 years later, on the consent calendar in Sacramento, they approved 2 different navigation centers to reach the homeless, the crisis, where their point-in-time count has increased from 3,000 to 5,100. These navigation centers are being funded through HUD finances and other state money and other things. 70 homeless youth, as our school board speakers said, is 5% of that 1,300. The numbers in Sacramento were astounding of homeless youth. The homeless, there's so many things that could be spoken of, but it is a crisis, and if we don't deal with it, it'll get worse. I see a minute and 10 seconds there. One of the items, I was sad to hear the whole Lumsden debacle and the destroying of the restroom, but public restrooms for the homeless have to be addressed by the city of Placerville. Why should Roseville have two 24-hour restrooms right next to City Hall, and we can't manage to creatively think and fund, even as they did in Sacramento with a program called the Pit Stop, to have people there through the night that are paid a little above minimum wage, that are streetwise, that have regained their citizenship and their personhood, to help watch over. But if we don't provide public restrooms, then by default we deserve the results. We cannot drive the homeless away or ignore a fire and expect it to be put out. But a fire extinguisher is a lot less expensive than a fire engine. God bless you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item?
Yes, sir.
Please come forward and state your name for the record. Thank
My name
you.
is Robert Adams, and I've been a resident of El Dorado County for 45 years. I'm currently homeless and have been for a few years. And I just want to give you a little, insight. There is nothing for the homeless out there in this town, in this county at all. Not in Tahoe, not in Placerville. El Dorado County has nothing. There's money, there's funds out there for you guys to do something. It doesn't take a whole lot to open the doors of the Armory. It shouldn't be that hard. That's all I'm saying. Tonight I'm going from here outside somewhere. I've nowhere to stay tonight. You guys have houses. I battled with cancer and some other health issues, which brought me to being homeless. And now I am outside. And there's nothing for me. There's no nothing. There's no services in this town. There's no services in this county. I grew up here. I lived here for 45 years. I'm just saying, something needs to be done. And I'm just hoping that you guys will do something. And thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening. Merry Christmas to y'all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there any other member of the public wishing to address the council on a non-agendized item? All right, seeing no one else approaching, I'm going to close public comment for this evening, and I'll ask Mr. Morris. We don't normally respond to the comments made during public comment, but when it is a broad subject or an ongoing subject, we can give updates and such as such. And I know there's a tremendous amount of ink and time being spent on the Armory property, and so Cleve, could you give us the current update on the status of that and who is actually in control of that site at this point?
Yeah, two things I want to mention somewhat in relation to the most recent comment. The Armory is not available to use as a temporary transitional housing homeless shelter. We need to make that clear. It is available for or I should say will be available for affordable housing. It's not available to us yet. The state, I believe, has prepared one or two RFPs regarding sites in the state. They need to prepare that RFP before we could be part of that and make that available. We have been in contact with actually two private developers. Frank was in a meeting with one of those, and we are continuing to have discussions with them and look at what could be done. Our site, as my understanding, is maybe a little bit farther down on the list as far as priorities with the state, as far as when to release an RFP related to our site. However, there may be some things we can do. We've learned to help help expedite that and have it happen sooner. So we're looking at that and the potential and what could be done. So the other thing I just want to mention briefly, and Ms. Chapman, I wanted to let her know, I did distribute that letter to the council. We did that during closed session as it was related to a closed session item. And I should have noted that in under written comments, but the council did get copies of that letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Cleve. And just so the audience knows, there has never been any funding in the City of Placerville budget in the history that I know of that ever went to human services, health services. The state funding sources go to the county. They do not come to this city. So the county is in control of a substantial amount of money, and the situation is getting significantly better than it has been in the past 5 to 10 years. So there is no direct flow for the city to go to create a shelter or create bathrooms or anything else. That would be money and projects that would have to work their way through the state to the county and then perhaps to the city. So just to be clear, there never has been. And it's unfortunate, but it's the reality of what it is. Every year we leave anywhere from $2 to $3 million of necessary projects and necessary staffing, equipment, etc., on the floor because we don't have the funds to do them. So there is no meat to be cut from the budget, and if it wasn't for an incredibly cooperative department heads that recognize each other's needs, we would be in budget chaos quite frequently. So I tip my hat to my department heads that I'm sure the council joins me that we work with a very tight budget. It's very unfortunate. It isn't part of this evening, but the PG&E power outages cost us over probably $125,000 in lost sales tax just in 5 or 6 days. We can't find that back. We'll find that when we do our budget correction. So $125,000 is a lot to this city, and that is a big hit. So it is a very unfortunate situation. It is very frustrating, having been born and raised in a Catholic family, to watch so few of the churches open their doors, and those facilities are designed to worship and service mankind. That is their existence. Yet I see no trespassing signs up at St. Patrick's Church. Why is that beautiful facility locked this evening when this gentleman needs a place to sleep? That's supposed to be a place of worship. This is a public facility. It should be coming in 3rd or 4th place after all of those other facilities whose sole mission is to serve mankind have done their part. And I do very much thank those churches. I think there's 4 this year that are on the 5. We're up to 5. I believe there's over 35 church buildings though. We're up to 5 now, so that's great. So thank goodness that they have the compassion and the integrity to lead by example. But it's very difficult to sit up here. These are very real global issues that unfortunately I don't have the power to solve, and I don't think any of us in this room do. The global people need to step up. All right, moving on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered as a routine under one motion unless a member of the council wishes to have it removed for further discussion. Is there any member of the council wishing to have a consent calendar item removed?
Yes, I would like to remove 8.5.
8.5, and may I ask which one 8.5 is? An agreement with Rock and Water. All right. Is there any other council item and council member wishing to remove an item for discussion? All right. It's almost time for a vote. All right. If there any member of the public that wishes to comment on any of the consent calendar items before I ask for a motion. Seeing no one approaching, I will go ahead and ask if there's a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Vice Mayor Saragosa, seconded by Councilmember Borelli. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Acuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Consent calendar is adopted. Move on to the item that we pulled, item 8.5. That is a resolution for a pretty long-standing agreement out in Goldbug Park. Patty, did you have a specific question for staff or concern?
No, I just, I already talked to Terry about it, and I just think that it is something that we should highlight for the public to hear about.
Oh, all right. So would you like Mr. Zeller to give us a brief staff report?
And he's prepared to.
Is he over there?
Yes, I'm here.
He's hiding down there in the.
There he is.
Yeah,
Good evening, Mr.
I made
Zeller.
it tonight. Thank you, council members and mayor. Just wanted to briefly talk about this staff report. So Rock and Water is an adventure camp that runs group mine tours for both the Priest Mine and Goldbug Mine, and they lead their groups in costume. So they bring a great service to the city and have been a solid partner over the years. The agenda item we have here that was put on consent is addressing the request for approval of a revised agreement, and there is also a resolution for approval that would have gone through consent. And that comes from the minimum wage increase, which has caused us to look at increasing the tours for $2 a person, going up from $5 to $7. Rock and Water is on board with this, and they're receptive to this increase. And that this increase was approved at your September 24th council meeting, and this is just the follow-up contract that was able to be signed by Rock and Water. We also have Aaron Daly for Rock and Water. He's here if you had any questions specifically about their organization or their past work with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate that staff report.
And I don't have any specific, but I just think that there's a lot of folks that don't realize that we, have this contract and who these folks are. And I just thought it was time to renew some,
Okay, very good. Let me see. Is there any member of the public that would wish to address the council on item 8.5? And you're certainly welcome to step up and introduce yourself, please, for the council.
Yes, my name's Aaron. I'm the director of Rock and Water, and I don't really have anything to say other than it's been, a pleasure to work with the city of Placerville. I came up from San Diego, took the job about over a year ago, and it's been really great. Just that I get the opportunity to take kids out and do this. We do outdoor adventure as well as 49 and Fun Living History program. To do that, but it's also great to have a city that comes alongside and helps a new director like me kind of handholds and help me get through the process. So it's been a real pleasure, and we enjoy what we do, and we enjoy our relationship with the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could just ask, how many participants do you run through the program every year?
We have about 5,000 in total with 49er Fun as well as the summer program. But with the 49er Fun program, we have about 2,000 people we take through the mines, and we dress up. It is a Christian camp, and we have a theme of God is greater than gold, which is pretty neat, especially in a culture where we value gold so greatly, but we try to redirect that historical aspect and use that, but also teach these kids that there are some things that are greater than physical aspects like gold or physical material things like gold. So it's about 2,000 kids come through a year. So
awesome. Thank you. Patty?
How do folks, if they want to participate, how do they get in touch?
Yeah, so we've got a website, rockandwater.com. You can check that out. And on there's opportunities to volunteer as well as partner with us or even work as staff. So we have a lot of local community that works as staff for the 49er Fun Living History program as well as the summer program, rockandwater.com. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to also just add that the Goldbug Park and Mine is, this hasn't had really anything to do with me. This was a long relationship that Matt Lishman, our rec superintendent, has done. So I wanted to recognize him for the work that he's done to help Rock and Water over the years.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, it's Jennifer. I just had to, can we comment on this?
Yes, absolutely.
I just want to say, because I've just been excited about this today and talking about it, but the geological story here connected to the gold is amazing. The Mother Lode, which of course runs along Highway 49, we're talking about a rock formation that is up to 4 miles wide and 120 miles long, north to south. And I'm just planning to see, because I actually at Costco ran into somebody from the National Park Service that worked on the legislation in 2002 when the Golden Chain National Heritage Corridor was introduced as an idea and studied with several counties running north to south. Anyway, I don't know the story of why it never got support, but I think there's a much bigger story, and the geologic story is part of it, and Goldbug is part of that. And just to go back to the historic buildings and the tribe, one of the concepts that they have about the historic post office is a natural history, a natural resources museum that would actually, address things like the geology and the mining, but also things like water and timber and other amazing things about our natural resources here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We appreciate you recognizing Goldbug for the unique opportunity to go underground. No other city in the United States owns a gold mine. If you hang around long enough, you get the keys.
Maybe that's what we should do. Open up and we could
once a year we'll have lottery tickets.
We
to
could make
mine for gold.
I've
There
often
you go.
thought of that, but then the feds would come in. And we may never go underground again. All right. Is there any other comments on item 8.5? Is there any other discussion from staff? I'll ask. Is there a motion?
I'll move on the item.
Don't all jump to the microphone.
I'll second.
We got it.
Did Councilmember Taylor seconded? Thank you very much. There's money involved, so we definitely need a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Kuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. And I know that all the staff out at Goldbug loves having Rock and Water out there. You do an excellent job. Great partner to the park, and you allow some of your stuff to get used, and we appreciate that partnership. Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 10. Before we get to item 10, I would invite, if our county fire chiefs have other pressing business that they need to, this might be an appropriate time to, we would bid you adieu. I know you've got a whole rest of your career to sit through meetings.
Unless they
Chief
really want
Cordero.
to sit at another meeting.
Chief Hogan, don't you need to check on some data against PG&E or? Congratulations again, Chief Cordero. Welcome aboard. 13 years of sitting through meetings, you have to learn to cut your fellow folks a little slack. All right, and if there is a call, you can bet that this chief will be departing, because he has left me with a cup of cold coffee. All right. Items 10.1, waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance making changes to Title IX of the Placerville Municipal Code related to parking. Mr. Morris, some 37 years later, here we have this back before the City Council for the second reading. Do you have any comments this evening?
Just briefly, I think this is probably in the last couple of months, third or fourth time this has come before you, and I think we finally have it completed. It was introduced at your last meeting on when was it, November 12th, and it is now ready for you to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance, which will then take effect 30 days from this adoption today.
All right, very good. Is there any council questions for staff? All right, I had one, and that is, do we have sufficient funds in Public Works budget to deal with any additional signposts and curb painting that these updates and new additions were?
I had a brief discussion with our Public Works Director about that. We think we probably will. We're not sure exactly what all that's going to entail. We know there's some additional signage and painting that wouldn't be necessary, but we will move forward with that and address that if necessary at mid-year budget.
Okay, very good. Appreciate that. I'm going to open this up for public comment. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on 10.1, which is the numerous updates to our parking regulations? Good evening. If you could please reintroduce yourself for the audience.
Jamie Butler. I just have a question, and that is, how will people know where to park?
All right, well, we'll get that answered for you. A lot of this is old stuff, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Is there any other comments on the changes to the parking regulations, item 10.1? Seeing no one else approaching, I will close public comment and bring it back. Cleve, would you like to explain kind of where we're at and how the public will be notified?
Well, first of all, I want to stress that this ordinance, with the exception of a few areas where we have added, changed the no parking standards, those are areas that a lot of them that were already enforced as no parking but were not officially codified, such as the end of cul-de-sacs and et cetera that needed to be kept clear. So we have addressed those. Other than that, this ordinance does not change significantly what we have been enforcing for about the last almost 2 years now. We did this by resolution. We just took some time, let's say, putting the official language into ordinance language so that it can now be codified. So this is not going to be a major change to what we have been doing for the last 2 years in terms of where you can park, what it costs to park. We're not changing that. That all will remain the same. I'm not sure exactly what Jamie was referring to as far as how they will know where to park. The existing parking lots that have been in place for a long time are all the same. They're still available for parking. The street parking is 2-hour parking, as it has been for quite some time now. So none of those things are changing. So there's other questions I can try to answer.
I think there's not a huge change, and a lot of it is vehicle code regulations anyway. So, and I will ask our Public Works Director. We do have our paint truck back in service, and your ability to, we don't paint curbs in December, but come springtime, Nick, did you have some anticipated curb painting to do? Because that would be the biggest communicator.
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Very good. So there we have it. The curbs will be painted. Well, that was good. I like that. I would point out that this has been a long and tedious effort. I want to thank Sue Rodman again for her proofreading efforts. I think she got 3 or 4 good sets of corrections in on us to get this right. When you start going 100 feet from the southwest corner of the northeast point of this tree that isn't there anymore, this actually will make this a lot clearer for everybody involved. Just coincidentally, one of the streets that we're going to do tonight is a cul-de-sac in my neighborhood, and a contractor over the weekend decided that that was a great place to park his equipment out in the middle of the cul-de-sac in front of the fire hydrant. And it sat there all weekend, and Joe Wren quickly had that equipment dispatched on Monday when I contacted him. So this is one of those things where it does need to be pointed out that you don't block the fire truck turnaround and you don't park in front of the fire hydrant. Oh, yeah, Chief's just shaking his head. I'm like, geez, double whammy. All right, if there's no other public or comments from the council, I'll ask if there's someone wanting to make a motion to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
How do we do, Mr. Driscoll?
You're fine.
Thank you. Since this is an ordinance, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Mayor Kuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And within 30 days, Nick, signs, paint, curbs. Thank you, sir. Thank
Yes,
you.
Mayor.
Thank you to all the staff members that worked on this, and Cleve especially. Moving on to item 10.2, waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance amending the title, Chapter 19 of the Placerville City Code, regulating camping on public and private property. I believe Chief Ortega has the staff report on this item this evening. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is just the second reading of, you waived the first reading last month in your only council meeting. And this basically gives us one more tool to try to continue to make our city safe and to provide a place for those who are homeless to reside at night, and then give us some further tools to assist them in the morning. And I'm going to defer to the city attorney for any further legal questions or concerns.
Thanks, Chief. Excuse me. The chief indicated in a previous meeting when this was up for first reading about some of the issues that we have as a result of camps which are on private property or even public property in areas where they can adversely affect neighborhoods and commercial areas, and where there's issues regarding drugs and alcohol in the camps, drug paraphernalia, those types of things. And the Boise case, which we referenced in the memo, is a case which came out of Idaho. It's on the Ninth Circuit Court, which is our district. Essentially bars the city from prosecuting people criminally for sleeping outside on public property when those people have no home or other shelter to go to. It does not require a city to provide shelters. It simply says that when no shelter is available, you cannot prosecute the individual criminally for sleeping in a public place. The case was decided originally, well, the case has a long history going back to 2010. It's been through the courts several times. Most recently, it was decided in September of last year, and then later the court amended its decision in April of this year. And so what we tried to do, working with the police department, is fashion an ordinance that meets the parameters of the Boise decision, which still gives us some control over where people can camp and what they can do when there's no shelter available. And in the ordinance, there's a definition of when a shelter is unavailable, which we believe meets the, again, the requirements of the Boise decision. The Boise decision, in a footnote, indicates that I'll actually read from the footnote. Even where shelter is unavailable, an ordinance prohibiting sitting, lying, sleeping outside at particular times or in particular locations might well be constitutionally acceptable. And that's what we tried to do, is create an ordinance that restricted where people can camp when no shelter is available, but allow them a place where they can go free from criminal prosecution. And the ordinance does provide for that in publicly owned or city-owned open space areas, which we have several areas around the city. Will this be something that is going to be accepted by the courts? It's hard to say because the courts haven't given us a lot of guidance. We feel it falls within the parameters. It's similar to what the city of Reading has done in providing a definition of shelter, which is very similar to what we have in this ordinance. And it at least allows a place where people can go and camp when there is no shelter available. So we feel that we've done a good job of trying to meet the requirements of the Boise decision. That decision, by the way, has been appealed to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will be hearing that case sometime in the future. By Supreme Court, I mean the United States Supreme Court. There are some contrary opinions around the country. Florida, for example, has a contrary decision from one of its district courts. Short of that, I'm happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chief. Does the council have any questions at this point? As is noted in the staff report, there have been no changes made to this document since its first presentation, excuse me, last month.
Mr. Mayor, I just might add, just so people are aware, our current ordinance, the one that's in effect now, prohibits overnight camping anywhere, and also does not distinguish between whether a shelter is available or not. So this one does allow that when there's no shelter available.
And would you consider our existing ordinance to be in compliance with the Boise decision's direction?
No.
All right, very good.
And we haven't been enforcing it for that reason.
Okay, and so since the Boise decision came out, there has been no enforcement?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Good, very good. All right, well, at this point, if there's no questions of staff, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on this item. Ask any member of the public that wishes to address, please come forward, state your name for the record, and I will ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll wait for the distribution. There's copies for Jim and Dave and all the multiple dioceses on both sides.
Good evening. If you could pull the microphone up and introduce yourself for our audience again. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Gainsborough. I do wish a Merry Christmas to you all and also to all of Placerville. The point-in-time count tells us 612 homeless are in Placerville, 80% on the western slope here. there's currently with the nomadic shelter, no shelter on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings. Christmas Eve will be Tuesday night. Can you picture 600 homeless in El Dorado County on Christmas Eve with no place to go? At least we could open town hall. That's a thought. This and the could be watched over by some of the nomadic shelter. The newly revised, so to speak, city ordinance on homelessness tells what the homeless can and cannot legally do. It is illegal. This ordinance is not only illegal, it will be fought against locally and statewide. This ordinance, if you pass it, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, has called me twice and is expecting a call in the morning. Wants to fight on this. It is too restrictive and it gives too much laissez-faire to the police of where and when the homeless can be on public property. The 9th Federal District Court, as your barrister said, decided that it is criminal, it is not only unconstitutional, it is a cruel and unusual act to criminalize the homeless, to force them to move, which was on September 28th, a illegal trespass sign was put on the homeless up on Upper Broadway. I need to move along, but Martin versus Boise says that it is illegal to force them to move or suggest that they move. Jesus Christ was homeless. He says in Matthew 25, I was a stranger and homeless, and you sheltered me, or you failed. You failed to shelter me. They asked him, Lord, when did we see you homeless? And he said, in the least that you did or didn't do it to the least of my brothers or my people, you did it to me. Long ago on Silent Night, neath an angelic chorus, Joseph and Mary were homeless. Under this illegal ordinance that you're about to pass, I hope not, Joseph and Mary would have been arrested and forced to birth the Son of God in Bethlehem City Jail. I spoke to the chief of police and the sheriff. They're both against housing first. It's good for affordable housing at the Armory, but that will not take care of the homeless. We need some kind of a shelter. Housing first does not say no services. It says housing, shelter them first, then bring the services alongside. I don't know how fast that clock moved or when it was started, but I need to just close on this, that last year at the round table, a homeless girl came in on a freezing snowy night, and I said to her, I said, where are you staying? She said, I have no place to stay. I said, if you go out there tonight, won't the ER or the jail overnight you? And she said, no. And I said, if you go out there tonight, you'll die. And she said, I hope I die. I hope I die out there tonight. There's people out there like that tonight that need mental care. They need a shelter. They need housing. They need services. God has placed you in a position of leadership. You have a $22 million budget. The county has $680 million together. Let's get a shelter for the homeless. They're as precious to God as the beautiful children that were talked about with the Toys for Tots. And they're your grandchildren, and they are your people as well as God's. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council?
Kirk Smith, I couldn't hear John Driscoll very clearly about the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court heard argument on Boise last Friday. And so I'm not sure you'll need to have this ordinance this way for longer than the current term. I appreciate the references to the scripture, and I particularly appreciate your comments about the Catholic Church. I didn't know that those signs were there. And if they are looking for shelter, I will go down and knock on the doors with them to make sure that the Catholic Church is opened up. There's a big room next door. And he's right, of all the times of the year, we've got this season where some people found shelter 2,000 plus years ago, and that's a great place to do it. And you get the social needs provided. That's a much more appropriate place than the town hall. So if you want to do something about it, I'll knock on those doors. The priest I knew is not there anymore, he retired. But bless you.
Thank you, Kurt. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on item 10.2? Good evening, and if you could please state your name for us.
Good evening, Jackie No. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Jackie.
I want to thank staff for putting together this ordinance that I support, not making the city a free-for-all, but designating places to help people, and I think this is a good ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another member of the public wishing to comment on it?
Hi, I'm Maureen Dion Perry, and my question is, where is the open city space for camping when there is not a shelter available? Has that been designated?
We'll get that answered for you, and then we'll, after we've taken all the public comment.
Okay, so I think it's important to identify that location and identify a method to communicate that to the public. I also agree with one of the prior speakers that this is not a very humane ordinance. The idea of being able, having to get to your camping site by 8 o'clock at night, there's no shelter available, just picture it, it's dark, it's cold, and you need to find this place and set up your camp at 8 o'clock at night, and then remove yourself by 8 o'clock in the morning, with the caveat that if the temperature is below 50 degrees, which for a sizable amount of the winter time it is below 50 degrees, then who's going to monitor the temperature in Placerville that day and night and kind of say, okay, people can keep their tents up because the temperature is below 50 degrees, which allows you to be able to stay in your tent with the lower temperatures. So there are many parts of this ordinance that are very difficult to implement and difficult for people in our community without homes to have to live by, and for our police to truly have to enforce. So to me, this needs more work, serious work. And that I understand, and I'm working with the people in the nomadic shelter as well, but I think that I too would love to see the churches pick up another 2 nights, but that has not been possible. That has been attempted, and I think that it does, that our city council and city staff do bear some responsibility for this. And one of the things that many people have asked me, and I don't really have an answer, is our animal control services are excellent. This is county, granted, but I thought there was collaboration going on between the city and the county on this whole issue. And I think that we need that collaboration between you now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
My name is Robert Adams. Again, I've lived in this county for 45 years, and I've been homeless for a long time.
Could you raise the microphone up, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Robert.
I just don't understand why this whole thing that with the police department wants to do what, because why? I just don't understand that. And I just don't understand why why you guys can't just open the doors to someplace. It's just so easy. And being homeless myself, I mean, there's so many other people out there like myself. I just don't understand why you can't just fix the problem instead of trying to make the problem worse. I mean, go to jail for what? For being homeless? Because we're camped out? And where is the camp? Where are we supposed to camp? We still haven't heard that.
Quiet, please.
I'm sorry. There's people camping up there and the chief of police said we're supposed to camp somewhere. Well, I got there was a notice to move within 7 days or be ticketed or go to jail. That was over by grocery outlet across the street over there somewhere. Anyway, so I just gave the tent up and moved back up on private property where I live. And I've been living up there for a couple of years. I have permission to be there, but it's not an answer. And I stay in the shelters for 5 nights a week. The other 2 nights I stay in a tent which doesn't have heat, doesn't have anything. I mean, imagine if you went home tonight. Where would you, if you had no heat, nothing to turn on, you couldn't turn on lights, couldn't turn on heat? That's all I'm saying. Just imagine. PG&E, that's great, but if you can't go flip and turn the light on and turn the thermostat up, that's all I have to say. I mean, it's really hard for a lot of people. It's even harder. Some people with mental issues and disabilities have it a lot harder than I do. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on item 10.2?
Sue Rodman, resident of Placerville. And I think we do need this ordinance. We need to have places where people can go and have them known and not be throughout our city parks and recreation sites. Those need to be available for people to use for the purpose that they were designed for, not become a homeless camp. I was very sad to see Hangtown Haven close. I thought it provided a very good service. I would like to see us take one of these open space places and reestablish Hangtown Haven. I think that would be a really good solution, or at least something that would be helpful. Homeless isn't fun. I wasn't real pleased when PG&E shut off my power and I couldn't turn up the thermostat and I couldn't turn on a light either. But I did have a roof over my head, so I do have some sympathy. And I would hope, we've been working supposedly with the county for what, 3-4 years now? And we still have not been able to do anything even as good as Hangtown Haven. So where do we get together so we can put something together that actually works for people? But we do need an ordinance that limits where people can go. We have ordinances that limit how long you can be in the park. If you're just an ordinary citizen, you can't just stay in the park anytime you want. There are hours when the parks are open and hours when they are closed. And it needs to be that way to keep those facilities usable, to keep them so that they're not a total drain on the city. Lumsden Park was a good example of something that got out of control and turned out to be just a total drain on the city budget. It was the black hole of the recreation budget. And the other problem that people are not thinking about, maybe because it's a little different time of the year, but if you have people camping wherever they feel like and starting a campfire wherever they feel like, it puts the city of Placerville at risk, and we really do not want to be another Paradise. Paradise left a lot more people homeless than what we have now. So we have to make sure that we're not creating a problem that can burn the city of Placerville down either.
Thank you for your comments, Sue. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Acuna
Good evening,
and members
Kathy.
of the council. While I know there is a sincere desire to try to figure out what Placerville and El Dorado County can do to help the homeless, there also is a problem in the city with homeless camps that have had to been cleaned up. There's a very large, well-hidden homeless camp up on the hill behind the Placerville Senior Center, Health Center, and the PUF unit. It's hidden up there. Nobody sees it. It's a great fire danger. It's been a serious problem for a long time. and I do not know who owns it. You can't see it from the parking lot, and the hill is steep. Recently, I live in the area. Recently, a neighbor got something really significant stolen from his property, and when the police came, they thought it might have been something that the homeless could use. So my neighbor went down there and hiked up on the hill, and he was just astounded at the trash and the mess that is up there that's out of sight, so nobody sees it. And I'm curious to see, maybe not this ordinance can help that, but somebody needs to look into that area and do something about it. The employees at the Health and Human Services have called in that building, have called the police sometimes. Recently, in November, I think they called twice. They were getting ready to go home at night, and most of them are women. And there were 5 men standing by the trash cans, smoking a substance and circulating in the parking lot, and they felt very intimidated. And so they called the police. They were scared to walk to their cars, and the guys were looking at them and really scaring them. So that's not a good situation either. I don't know, what can be done about that, but I wanted to bring it to the city's attention to really look at that. I don't know who owns the property, and hopefully there can be a good, safe solution for everybody. Thanks. And if there's a way that this ordinance addresses that, I'd like to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy. Chief, are you aware of that particular camp? And
I'm not, but that doesn't mean that my officers don't know. I wrote it down, and I'll check in the morning.
Thank you, Chief. I've heard of this one before.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
For a long time.
We need a helicopter.
I'm happy to take it, sir, if you find the money for me, so.
We need a drone, I keep telling you
Maybe
that.
afford it for about an hour. All
We
right.
could rent one.
And this is a problem. I mean, excuse me, getting out of, losing touch here. Is there any other further comment on item 10.2? Seeing no one else approaching the podium, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Clave, Mr. Driscoll, I'm sure you were listening intently. Are there any things, questions that we should specifically ask based on the comments from the public this evening?
I would just invite Mr., I believe his name's Gainsborough?
Gainsborough, correct.
If he has discussions with attorneys from ACLU or anywhere, I'd invite them to give me a call. I'd love to talk to them about it and hear what they have to say. So, the other issue that came up was on the time. Mm-hmm. And, I suppose the council could change that 8 p.m., especially this time of year when things get dark early, to dusk, if you will. That would require we bring it back for another reading, because that would be a material change, but that is something you may want to consider.
Legal dusk.
I'm not sure that there was any other comments that had questions to them that I need to address, but if council has questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Driscoll. Pardon me, we've closed public comment. The council is now discussing with staff. Thank you, sir. Mr. Morris?
If you would like, I can address the issue of locations.
Yes, I have that.
Could be
I had that.
potential.
Thanks, Dave.
The first one that I will mention that we have identified, and I don't have an address for them, but I think everybody knows where it is. It's a location below the skate shop here on Lower Main Street, previously known as the Caltrans storage site. During some of the construction that happened up in this area, there's quite a large area. There's a road that goes down into it. That's one site that we've identified as a portion of that could serve as a place where people could camp in compliance with with this ordinance. The second site we've identified is a former city landfill that is remediated and in good condition, located on Highway 193. City-owned property. It is just outside the city limits, but still city-owned property at that location on Highway 193. And then the third site that we identified is one that is currently being used as a camp. I don't think this is the best area for this, but it's located, the camp that is located currently on Upper Broadway, between Highway 50 and Broadway. There's some camping that is going on up in that area. Again, they would have to meet the guidelines that are set out in the ordinance, but those are areas that we see, public areas that could be suitable for that type of camping. So.
All right, so we have 3 locations identified. The question regarding changing the time to dusk, which then gives you the seasonal flexibility that you need. Correct?
Yes.
Yes,
that
if we're gonna, because then, what's the council's thoughts?
I think that makes
on-
more sense.
Because we would have to make that change this evening, change this into a first reading, or bring it back for a first reading?
We would bring it
Quiet,
back.
please. Thank you, sir.
We would make that change, then bring it back for a second reading.
Bring
We'd
it
make that
back.
change, introduce it with that, and we would
Bring it back as a second reading, so we'll first reading it again. All right. So what are the wishes of my colleagues? I think we probably do need to make that change, realistically dusk. Do we need to look at sunrise to sunset, or we look over to the chief?
Sunrise comes early.
If we're going to change time, we should make sure we're looking at both ends of it now. We might as well.
If that allows more flexibility, if that's the council's pleasure, we can work within that. That's fine.
And again, that's, you know.
And it just allows some more discretion of our officers as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So-
It's
Yeah,
a-
because who's
Seems
gonna-
far more realistic.
Who's going to determine dusk?
The officers.
There's a legal definition.
I don't know.
Yeah, there is. There is legal dusk. Yeah. If
I mean, you
look-
could say sunset.
Yeah, there is a legal dusk, there's legal twilight. It's all part of NOAA.
I don't think sunrise is really an optimal time, considering it rises at 5-something in the summer.
Yeah, in the summer, it could be even 4:30 or 5 a.m.
I think 8 o'clock is a good one that goes.
I
that
just
would be-
wanted to make sure we didn't forget.
Yeah, no,
You know,
no, yeah.
We focus on dusk and then realize that we'd overlooked an opportunity to correct it. So you're right.
I
yeah.
do have some comments.
Yeah, please, go ahead, Dennis.
I am really torn with this whole issue because our community suffers from the impact of homelessness on a variety of levels. Our business community, the health of our community, the health of the homeless. We are dealing with mental health, we are dealing with substance abuse. And I know that our HOT team and our police officers work very diligently to support those who wish to become not homeless. I don't know the right way to say that, but I do know that they have, the homeless have opportunities to find a path out of homelessness. And really, I think what we're dealing with primarily is the chronic homelessness, the people that choose to be homeless, that leave our community in a mess, that leave thousands of dollars of cleanup costs and fees in these areas. And I don't see people helping them maintain their dignity when they're in this space. They're not helping them clean up their garbage, they're not helping them clean up their messes that they make. They're not helping dispose of syringes and needles that occur in those encampments that are public employees, as well as the people that we hire to clean up, are at risk of disease and so it's a two-way street here, in my mind. It's a two-way street where, you know, if you want to support the homeless and you want to fight for them, also fight for them where they're living and not just where you'd like them to go. Out in the public, you see a lot of people feeding the homeless, but nobody's out there helping pick up the garbage. That's a two-way street too. The garbage goes in, the garbage has to come back out. It's a real mess for our community. You know, I can see why the police support this ordinance, because they are strapped with having to protect our public and having to do this. Another thing, the county is responsible for health and human services. I find it very ironic that there's an encampment above the Health and Human Services building, and they're calling the police, and they're the ones with over $2 million to help those people up on that hillside. And they're not, in my opinion, they're not effectively doing that. And that is a real source of irritation for me, because the money flows through the county, not through the city. So when you're coming to the city and telling us, we need to do this, we need to do that, I would appreciate you going to the county and to the Health and Human Services and talking to them and expressing your concerns about what's going on in this community, because that's where the money flows. It doesn't flow in the city. If you want us to cut budgets, I don't know where it's going to come from here in the city. It is tight. The pressure needs to be put on the county and not the city for this. We're doing what we can to support our public, to support our community, to support these trails where people are trying to enjoy themselves, walking up and down, riding their bikes, and they should feel safe where they're at, and they're not. And that's part of this ordinance, is to provide safety. The Health and Human Services people are not feeling safe, and they're the ones that have the money. Did a light go off for anybody there? It's driving me nuts. But we have to do something within this city to protect our resources and to protect those that live in the city. And those people that are doing this in the homeless, in my opinion, are the ones that don't want help, and they're the ones that are causing the most trouble. Because we have, and the county has, resources to help people move out of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Dennis. Let me make one clarification before. Is there, we're suggesting to make the change from dusk to 8 a.m.?
From dawn to 8 a.m. and then 8 a.m. to dusk.
No.
Sunset.
No,
To sunset.
Sunset.
Sunset?
Is there a legal,
Sunset to
what's the, is there a definition difference
Yeah.
between dusk and sunset?
I don't know.
Sunset,
I know that sunset is established.
Yes, it
that you
is.
can-
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very definable.
Sunset to 8 a.m. So before we get any other comments, would it be the
Decide on this.
the decision of the prerogative of the council to move forward with making that change? So when we get done with our discussion or our comments, we'll come back to, there's no other changes that the council wishes to consider in what's been presented. I think we've identified locations. I think that's a good correction with the time. All right, okay, other, Vice Mayor Saragosa, did you have some comments?
Yeah, I mean, this is a global issue. It's a statewide issue. You look at the city of Los Angeles, they spent about $600 million last year on homelessness, and their homelessness population increased by 14%. So you can spend a ton of money, like San Francisco, like Los Angeles, and again, they receive specific straight money because they actually have programs in larger cities. The top 11 cities actually got $500 million in this last budget cycle, and then $500 million for the rest of the state. For everybody else, kind of how it was blocked out, at least in this last budget cycle. But it just goes to show that you could spend a ton of money and actually get worse results. And so this is not necessarily even a dollar issue as well. There's societal issues that go along with it. We simply do not have the dollars here in Placerville to do this. Why we work with the county on this. City dollars aren't fungible. What that means is we can't just take a dollar from over here in this account and move it to this account. It's, we have tax dollars that are in very specific areas, and there's a very, very small amount of general fund. General fund is fungible. You can do whatever what the city wishes and desires to do with it. But $22 million, I'm not even sure if that's the right number, but there isn't $22 million sitting in this big basket where we can just pull out of it and use it for whatever we desire. That's not how it works. That's why we have federal government, state government, and we have mandates that are upon us. So it doesn't quite work that way. I wish it did, because then we could do a lot of things. If we had the ability to spend our money whichever way we wanted to, we could do a lot of great things in the city, but that is not how it works. I struggle with this as well. I think ideally we would never have to have this type of ordinance in place, but the reality is we need to have a tool for our law enforcement to be able to effectively protect our citizens and our business owners, our residents, our guests that come to this city every day. This gives us some options as we go forward in terms of where people can actually stay. And we're going to look to see where ultimately the court case will end up. I mean, the Supreme Court will eventually hear this case. We have conflicting laws throughout our nation because I think the Fourth Circuit and the Second Circuit have different opinions on this. from the 9th, and that's why one of the reasons why the Supreme Court is actually taking this item up. But even the city of Los Angeles, that has spent $600 million, the county of Los Angeles, are part of this lawsuit because they still need the tools to be able to get the job done in their area. So you can look at even some of those larger progressive cities, if you want to say that, they are still part of this lawsuit that's going back and challenging the original Boise case. So just some added color, if you will, on this issue that I wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Borelli?
I do. Real quick, I kind of want to come to the, I do want to come to the defense. I think some of in chastising the churches, I know we used to have a tremendous, a much bigger number of churches that did open their doors and everything, but I'm going to tell you, if you have ever talked to the folks that were there and had to, when the churches house these homeless folks, they need their parishioners to, I'm going to say babysit. They need folks there during the night. And some of them, they're faced with such horrendous situations, especially when folks need medical aid. And, the average citizen is not equipped to do that. To really do it right, you'd need doctors and nurses stationed there in those centers. And what happened is that they just totally got burned out. They just couldn't handle it anymore. And I quite honestly, I'm going to say, I don't know that I could. And I don't know that a lot of you that are criticizing them could do that either. And to do it on a regular basis it's very, it's upsetting. And like I say, the average person is not equipped to take on some of the cases that I have been told about. So I just want to defend them that way. And I also want to agree with Councilmember Thomas about the folks that keep condemning us about the homeless and what we should do. But I want to agree with him on where are those folks when we need them to help clean up after, they're not around. Maybe some, yes, I'm not going to put everybody in that bucket, but majority of the time, they're not there. And I just don't understand why just because you're homeless, you find it necessary to throw trash around and, this is where I'm having my problem. And I see it happening, and I don't understand it. And so there's just so many issues for us to address, and to blame it on the city that we haven't established a homeless shelter, you just can't do that. And all of my fellow council members have shared with you, we just plain don't have the money. We just don't have the money for a lot of things, but let alone this. And but I do, and I'm not sure, Chief, if you're going to talk about the hot later on.
I can answer it whenever you like.
Well, what I want to say is that you have just received so many wonderful, the applause is there in your court, and I do feel that through our police department and everything, that we really are doing a great job in what we can to aid and I think make things much better, and the chief has statistics proving that. So I just think we're too, when we see a problem, we're just too quick to condemn, and that's just not the answer, because as some people have alluded to, we are trying. Everybody's trying, but it's a huge problem, and it's not easy to find all the answers. So it's just the way I feel about it.
Thank you, Patty. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I appreciate and agree with the comments of my fellow council members, and I just want to say that this ordinance is not our answer to homelessness in the city. This is a public safety ordinance and a tool that we need in the best interest of our residents and taxpayers and ratepayers and property owners and the people that work downtown and use our facilities, to mitigate and negate the negative effects of these camps downtown. These camps are a source of pollution and biohazards, and potential fire hazards for the city. So it's not pleasant. You know, sometimes things come up that you don't really want to vote on and you don't want to take a side on, but this is necessary for our residents. But like I said in the beginning, this is not the answer that we propose for dealing with homelessness. We are working with the county. It's a long process, but we have things in the works. We're researching the armory, and we have the HOT team that's doing great work connecting homeless people with services. So we're going to continue to try to solve these problems as best we can, but in the meantime, I do think that we need to move forward with this ordinance and give the law enforcement the tools that they need to keep.
Thank you very much, Kara. Thank you very much also for bringing the focus back to the reality of what this ordinance is here this evening. It is not to solve homelessness. It is to address one of many facets of the impacts of homelessness on this entire community. Private property owners, business owners, public property issues, et cetera, et cetera. It's been very interesting. I appreciate everybody's very respectful comments this evening. It's a very emotional issue. It is, as I've said earlier, as had been said, it is very much a global issue. And while I can appreciate Councilmember Borelli's concern for the churches, I have watched that situation erode over the years. And before I get to that comment, I would say, who are we really serving here? We have homeless, and then we have what I refer to as criminal homeless. We can provide documentation of thousands of dollars of damage that's been done by somebody over the last decade in this town. We can respond, we could provide lots of documentation that would suggest that that was homeless people doing that damage. Whether they were high on drugs or drunk, does that somehow make it okay that they destroyed a bathroom? They set something on fire. They caused our parks crews to have to wear hazmat equipment to clean up the biomess that they left behind. I don't know what drives folks to do that, but they do that. And that's the reality of being a part of running a city. It doesn't go away on pretty Saturday afternoons or pleasant Tuesday evenings. It's 24 hours a day. Whatever drives these folks, they are very much a danger to themselves. They're a danger to the other homeless. I would like to think that for all the chastising that we've received this evening for not doing enough, I think our police department is helping that homeless person that they can get to the limited resources that are available. Chief, would you say that that's a true statement?
Yeah, if I could just add to that, Mr. Mayor. In the last 5 months, we have had a strong collaboration when the decision was made by my staff and I to assign a police officer full-time to the county HOT team. And that doesn't just mean putting an officer over there. What that has done is bring the full force of the HOT team to the homeless community on the ground with partners from the El Dorado County Department of Health and Human Services. I'm going to bring a report back to you next month to show the data. I think one of you alluded to that. But we are beginning to see a good trend on the number of folks that we have been able to help that want to become not homeless. We have a lot of numbers there. You've referred to those that are chronically criminally homeless. Those are the ones that, yes, we will arrest as necessary, but not before we have given them ample opportunity, ample chances, and connected them with the right agencies to change their situation. Because what it really comes down to is they have to want to change their situation. And the reality is we're not doing this to pick on the homeless, to target the homeless, or to criminalize the homeless as been accused here. there are a number of people that are homeless. We have homeless registered sex offenders in our city. Okay, I don't think people realize that. It's allowed by the law. That's a concern of mine. That's a huge concern of mine. All right? We have other crimes that have occurred in some of these camps. I'm not going to go into the details here, but there have been some people that have been victimized, other homeless people. It's not humane to let a homeless person victimize anyone, including another homeless person. It is inhumane to let them live when they have a mental illness that they need treated or a substance abuse issue that needs to be treated. Our HOT team and our officers and all of the partner agencies, both public and private, are there to help us help these people get out of their condition. And I realize that this is a horrible time of year for many homeless people. I'm fully aware of that. My police officers, again, are not going to arrest people as a first resort. That is actually going to be our last resort. And I think it's important for people to hear me say again, I've said it publicly, that the police department is not in the business of arresting homeless people or criminalizing homelessness. That is not our goal. Our goal is to help these people. One of you said that this is a problem that is nationwide. I totally agree with that. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to solve the state's problems, that it is caused by the state of California and some bad legislation that was passed by the voters as well as the legislatures. But we need to move beyond blaming the state and trying to solve the problem that makes our city safe for everyone. I've received feedback from more people than I can count that have found debris and trash and needles along the El Dorado Trail and all of our parks. I worked a football game probably a month ago at El Dorado High School, and several of the staff members there came up to me and said that they find stuff behind the school on a regular basis. That is unacceptable. It is unsafe for our high school students to go through that to get to their school. So this ordinance is just one more tool that I hope helps address some of that. And again, we don't do it alone. In fact, tomorrow is a hot trailer day in the morning from 8 to 12 noon. I forgot the address. I think it's on Missouri Flat, 4300 Missouri Flat Road, where the hot trailer will be out there. And they will be there with all of the health and human service agencies, DMV, Social Security, some other nonprofits to help these folks get on a path to not being homeless. So I took that opportunity to take about 4 minutes of your time, Mr. Mayor, but I wanted to make sure I got some of those points out. Many of them have been repeated here in this council chamber. All of you have heard me as a body and individually say a lot of that. We are really passionate about serving this community and helping these folks, but we are just as passionate at making sure that our business owners, our children, and our residents can go out and feel safe when they're using our streets, our parks, and our trail. I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that input. And it goes right to the heart of the issue that the police department can go out and do their job, and then when they turn to the system, there are no resources. And that would be being able to put a person who is severely drug addicted or alcohol addicted into the facility that they truly need. Someone that has mental illness, to get them the medication and the hospitalization that they really need. It isn't in a trailer, it isn't in a camp, it isn't in a tent. It's in a facility that does not exist. It doesn't exist in the state of California. I don't know that it exists in the United States. So the chances of it existing here in Placerville by us wanting to demand something is pretty unrealistic, and it seems like it does not get us to any constructive point. This ordinance, as Kara Taylor pointed out, is a tool to do just as you described, to protect the entire community. Having gone through a whole number of these camps, it's just as inhumane to have these folks living in feces and urine and needles and rotten food and who knows what else on a hillside, hidden on private property without permission, creating whatever other hazards to other properties. And there's the other homeless folks that live around these people. So there is a whole lot of blame to go around, but no real hardcore answer. Again, it really goes back to, at the very least, state or state facilities that need to exist. The governor seems determined to spend a significant amount of money. Maybe he needs to look at establishing appropriately run state facilities that could really help these people to modify and change their lives. And again, this is what I refer to as the criminal homeless that victimize everybody, including themselves, on a daily basis. Regarding the churches and the burnout, I too heard some of that, and to be quite honest, it was these members of local churches saying, we don't want those people in our church. How Christ-like is that? We don't want those people in our church. How does that then fall to the city of Placerville to solve? I really, again, commend those churches, and there's been a handful of them that have stood up and have continually followed their true mission and served the communities that they're a part of. And it's very difficult to look at, and I picked on the Catholic Church because I was born and raised through high school in the Catholic Church and with nuns that had big rulers. And I look at the facilities that they own and the properties that they own, and they choose, their congregation chooses, their governmental agencies inside the diocese, if you will, of Sacramento, chooses to leave their church properties locked up. One on Sacramento Street would be a hell of a lot warmer inside that church rec building than it would be down along Hangtown Creek. So the hypocrisy there as a lifelong Catholic is very, very difficult for me to get past. So with all that said, please understand that this is an extremely difficult issue for us. I don't know that what do we solve by threatening litigation and going to the ACLU other than making attorneys more money. They do that well enough on their own. I would rather see that energy spent trying to get out and help these criminal homeless, help get these people out of these filthy camps. I can't imagine some folks or a family trying to survive out in the elements, summer or winter. That's where we need to focus our energy, not at trying to one-up each other or trying to prove that our ordinance is flawed, but we need to recognize that we have an obligation to protect this community. And this ordinance is a small step in trying to address and establish some parameters that will hopefully do that. So with that said, Mr. Driscoll, keep your eye on me here. I would like to amend section 6-19-5 to read sunset to 8 a.m.
Okay, there are two references in that section to 8 p.m., and those references would be changed to read sunset instead of 8 p.m.
That is correct, sir. I'm seeing the first one, and then towards the end of the paragraph. And then what I would do is, with that modification, I would like to waive the first reading and introduce that ordinance as modified.
Yes, that's basically what I was going to say, is the motion could be just as you stated, and to bring then the ordinance back for a second reading at the next council meeting and for a second reading and adoption.
That would be my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. If there's no other discussion, Mr. Driscoll, you believe we have our legal points? Thank you, sir. All right. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Acuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you very much. So with that modification, this ordinance will come back for second reading in our first meeting, January 14th. So thank you all very much. We're going to take about a 5 or 7 minute break, and we'll hopefully reconvene at 8:30. We'll be recessed for 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you. We're going to go to 15.1. I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we will move on to our next item, which was one that we moved up in the agenda, which is item 15.1, and I believe that is traffic calming. Pierre, our city engineer, Rebecca Meaves, has this report. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Acuna, Vice Mayor Saragosa, and council members. As you're aware, the subject of speeding and traffic congestion on Clay Street has been brought forward in public comment, and at the request of the council, this item is brought forward under verbal update this evening. The issue of speeding and traffic congestion has been expressed by the public for many years now. Concerns have been raised that Clay Street has become an alternate Highway 50 when congestion and traffic volumes exceed Highway 50's capacity, compounded by the existing signals located at Canal, Spring, and Bedford. Community concerns are that Highway 50 traffic is bypassing the traffic signals by using Clay Street, causing congestion on this local road. Concerns have also been raised that vehicles taking Clay Street as an alternate Highway 50 are doing so under excess speed above the posted 25 miles an hour speed limit. When discussing traffic movement, it is important to understand that traffic congestion and speeding are inversely proportionate to one another. The greater the congestion, the slower the traffic speed. If you have congestion, you likely don't have speeding. If there is speeding, cars are obviously moving, so there's not congestion. To better understand the concerns and observe real-time data related to traffic behavior on Clay Street, the City of Placerville Police Department posted a speed trailer from October 18th through October 31st at the intersection of Clay Street and Pennsylvania Court. This traffic count was done and collected data related to vehicular speed and the average daily traffic, as well as total amount of cars. It was also recorded during what is considered the peak of Apple Hill season. For the volume on Clay Street is a collector street by definition. It functions as a two-lane road that collects traffic from local streets and then transfers that traffic with its direct connections to arterial roads, those being Main Street and Mosquito Road. In California, roads are designed using two sets of standards: the Caltrans Highway Design Manual, or the HDM, and the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Highway Safety Manual, often referred to as AASHTO. Both standards address capacity and traffic speed design for urban and rural local roads as the most conservative approach if designed today. Of the two standards, the Caltrans HDM is the most conservative. Based on all available standards, a two-lane rural road has the available capacity to handle between 8,300 and 23,000 cars for average daily traffic. For comparison's sake, Green Valley Road, also a two-lane road, handles about 20,000 cars per day. Main Street, a two-lane road, handles just over 10,000 cars per day. On Clay Street, weekday traffic is an average of 579 vehicles per day per the data that was collected by the police department's speed trailer. And weekends are seeing an average of 1,127 vehicles per day. Both amounts fall well below even the lowest threshold of the design capacity of 8,300 cars per day. At its peak volume, Clay Street is experiencing only 13.6% of the lowest available design capacity on weekends and 7% on weekdays. Although the amount of cars is well below the road's design capacity, the volume does double on the weekends, and that's discussed further in a moment. Regarding the speeding on Clay Street, vehicle speed was also recorded by the police department trailer for the time frame previously mentioned. The 85th percentile speed for weekday traffic was 24.19 miles per hour, while weekend traffic was 24.5 miles per hour. The posted speed on Clay Street is 25 miles per hour. Therefore, both weekend and weekday traffic speeds are within or under the posted speed limit, which indicates that speeding is also not a concern on Clay Street. However, City Council and staff does listen to the concerns of the public and does recognize that while the volume and the speed of traffic are within design and enforcement limitations on Clay Street, there is an impact from Highway 50 related to congestion from recreational traffic. However, its impact is not just experienced on Clay Street. This impact is community-wide. Highway 50 congestion impacts Broadway, Main Street, Pacific Street, Locust, Airport Road, and countless other streets within the city. The city has been working with El Dorado County Transportation Commission, EDCTC, who secured a grant to look at and start the conversation for viable solutions to the congestion through Placerville on Highway 50, specifically as it relates to the 3 signalized intersections at Canal, Spring, and Bedford. Together with Caltrans, the Highway 50 hotspot study is underway and has included public outreach in the form of stakeholder and public meetings. A large community public meeting was held at Town Hall on July 29th and was well attended and allowed the public to provide direct input on their priorities associated with how Highway 50 functions and its direct impacts to Placerville. It's no surprise that one of the highest priorities in the community was to reduce highway congestion and the resultant congestion on local roads. Improvements to Highway 50 are needed to address the volumes of traffic present. That requires time and funding. However, to better understand potential impacts, Caltrans, EDC-TC, and the city are exploring a Trip to Green pilot project. The pilot project would involve tripping all 3 signals at Canal Street, Spring Street, and Bedford Avenue to green for a 4-hour window during peak congestion on one Sunday afternoon, approximately 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., allowing highway traffic to flow continuously through Placerville on Highway 50. On-off movement from the highway would be right in, right out only at the existing signalized intersections, and local traffic wishing to travel north-south through town would be required to do so on crossings located at Placerville Drive, Ray Lawyer Drive, Mosquito Road, Carson Road, Schnell School Road, Smith Flat Road, and Jakeway. The timeline to execute this pilot project has not yet been set, but it is estimated to take place in 2020. Staff will continue to keep council apprised of the progress. Now, related to traffic calming on Clay Street, again, staff and council have heard the request for traffic calming not just on Clay Street, but on others as well. Engineering has been working towards developing a traffic calming policy manual that will be presented to council in early 2020 for review and direction. Once that policy document is in place, direction to staff can be given on where and to what level of traffic calming measures can be implemented on the roads within the city, including Clay Street. I'd like to thank the Chief and Sergeant Maciel for all their help on collecting all the data on Clay Street. It's very helpful. Really appreciate the time and effort. And that concludes staff's verbal report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
That was a tremendous amount of information. We certainly do appreciate it. I'm going to ask the council, there must be some questions on all that. Councilmember Taylor?
I actually don't have any questions. I'll have some comments after as well.
Very good.
Ditto.
Sure, I had big build-up and we get nothing. Vice Mayor Saragosa, do you have any questions for our city engineer?
×3.
All right, and
I would like to break the mold here. I'd like to actually get that data, your report there.
Yeah, it would be nice if we had it in front of us.
I would love to get that so we can get it to the Clay Street folks.
Yes, so one thing that we are going to be doing, and it's looking like it would be at January, and I apologize for not having that item before you this evening due to workload and also just the enormity of the agenda too. Having one meeting in November and one meeting in December kind of affected all of us.
It doesn't
So
work.
my apologies on that. January, we would be bringing an item related to this on Clay Street where would be the written staff report, and we would be attaching the raw data from the speed trailer. We have shared that data with some folks that were interested in having that available to them, and we're happy to do so publicly.
All right, thank you.
All right, good. Thank you, Dennis. All right.
I just want to clarify, it wasn't a criticism. It's just that there's so much in there that we were trying, it was hard to
Wrap my head around.
Understood, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I got 13.6% of capacity in the 86th percentile, huh? 24.19? Not raising that speed limit. Of course, you can't lower it either. Cleve, did you have anything else to add?
No, I just, she mentioned the study that we want to do. Beginning almost immediately, we're working on how to get that started, and we have spoken to the Transportation Commission. Woodrow Wilson is...
Woodrow Wilson. Great president.
Woodrow Wilson is not
Is
around.
he back?
Woodrow Deloria is on board with this.
I knew he was good.
If I call him Woody, I'm okay, but Woodrow, I just lose it. He is on board and has already started that process.
He
to get it
really
going.
is. He is very,
And I think
very
that,
much.
again, Rebecca mentioned a report to look at one Sunday. That would be the pilot, but I think
Let's do them all.
depending on the success of that could be continued throughout the fall to assist with the issue. The comment that I heard at one point was, well, let's just do it. Well, Caltrans won't let us just do it. We have to go through
I
this
think I said
process
that.
study it and figure out, what are the liabilities, what are the concerns, what are the issues that are going to come up when we do it. So, but we do want to move forward with it. I was just telling our city attorney, I'm one of those that has kind of fought this idea for the last several years. But I've come to the conclusion that it needs to be tried. We need to figure out if this will work. It'll take some sacrifice and some a little planning, if you will, for people that live in Placerville that need to get from one side to the other. But I think, with proper signage and proper education, that it can be done. So.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask, I'll hold my comments till we're all done. I'm going to invite members of the public to come forward and address item 15.1. And hopefully we have gotten some information to you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I got these current reports. There was also reports in 2018. So I guess the first question is, what was different about the location? If the data reports look the same, there's some differences in the data. There's more higher speeds in the 2018 report. I mean, there's a lot, it's like they've given a max speed every hour of the 24 hours, and many of the hours are 40 miles per hour and above as a max. Now, I've had multiple people today. I talked to Vice Mayor Saragosa this today for a while, and I did talk to the police chief, Ortega, today, and they both want to give a key message that there is not a speeding problem on Clay Street. And one of the things that they cite is that the average speed is actually less than the speed limit. Well, a bell curve, as you know, a bell curve is a whole range of data points, and we aren't really that interested in the average speed. What we're interested in is all those people that are 10 miles and 15 miles above the speed limit. Those are the people that are going to, the speeders, the occurrences that are going to give us a major problem. Judy Gatewood couldn't be here tonight, but I know she called in a report of 2 people racing on that street this week. Judy will be visiting. But, the thing is that there is just a tendency to speed on that street. Now, when you start talking about capacity and you compare it to Greenwood, I guess I have to ask the question, are we talking about comparing apples to apples in terms of a road that doesn't have a full shoulder? There's that whole phenomenon on the one side of Clay Street where it's actually really hard for some wide cars to travel when the garbage cans are out because it wasn't really designed as a full lane with a shoulder. It's dangerous if you have, it's dangerous when people park even though there's no parking signs, and it's dangerous sometimes when the garbage cans are all out and you have a lot of traffic on the street. But anyway, the point is, it's a complex thing over there on Clay Street. You've got a lot of multifamily housing as well as single-family housing, and then you've got this, this connector street thing going on. Clay Street does have some unique things. I recognize there's many other streets that are affected by the Highway 50, but I'm excited about, what's going on with collecting more data and working more with Caltrans and doing these experiments. But in the meantime, we do need to deal with traffic calming on Clay Street, and we're talking about rumble strips and all the different technologies and designs, and what I'm hearing about the speed camera enforcement, which we had some email about that, we had some discussion about that. There are technologies where you don't have to send paid staff to go write tickets, but you can actually do it with a camera system. I understand there's pros and cons to all these things. What I'm hearing tonight is that we actually have to introduce legislation. We have a legislative barrier. We can't even put that there today, apparently on Clay Street, until we somehow get legislation that says we are allowed to use that technology. But I do know that in some cities it does generate enough revenue that it not only pays for itself, but it probably pays for other kinds of, traffic transportation things that the cities need to do. So I just hope that we're going to look at all these many tools in the toolbox, and we're still interested in who's going to be from the City Council our Clay Street point of contact and liaison, as we kind of go forward with all the different reports and studies and options. So, right. But I appreciate that you're actually doing more work on it and acknowledging that there's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of information. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
I don't live on Clay Street, and I don't,
thank you.
Not even close to it, very rarely see it, but I did get an invitation, a flyer, about an invitation to go to that area on one occasion, and was very pleased that Vice Mayor Saragosa was there. I appreciate his personal interest. It's something to commend because it's in the great tradition of representative government. And so although I'm rarely there, I can tell you I have one vivid memory in particular of someone racing down that street, because it's a nice wide boulevard. And I don't know if he thought it was on a speedway or what, but it was easily twice the speed limit. And that was scary. I remember being scared at the time. And that's long before folks from the area came here. So even if you only have a few of those jerks now and then, given the thought of what could happen if a child rushes out between a car, it certainly seems that what you know now, a speed bump would certainly be in order. I know about Sacramento Street. What I'd invite you to do is next time you go up that street, look at all the fences. And halfway up, you'll see a telephone pole. That was actually severed by a car. And at the very top, for those of you who remember Judge Palmer at his house, he had a cement barrier that he put in to make sure that nobody came into his living room. I asked the current folks, has it happened? They laughed and said, how many times? It was about a half a dozen times. And then recently somebody went down the side. And if you walk, I don't ever want to see anybody walk up that street because it's dangerous. You see these wooden fences. What you don't know is that there's iron posts behind it, anchored to cement. If you get hit, you're destroyed. So that's another area I'd love to see us look at. I know the answer is, well, that's Highway 49. But because of some good work by some of you, you were able to get this Caltrans to be responsive to local concerns when it came to Spring Street and Coloma Road, where they put in a four-way signal. But I'll tell you, you start looking at those signs. You know, Bill and Bobby Gillette, that fence, they did the same thing. They laughed when I asked how many times it's been hit. It's at least a half a dozen times. About 3 years ago, they completely replaced it. But people go there. You see that 15-mile-per-hour sign? Do you really think anybody travels 15 miles per hour around that corner? No. And that's why they wind up, you know, down the hill.
Ditch, in the Palmer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Little walk down memory lane there. Palmer Electric, remember it well. Top of the hill. Good evening,
Mayor and council members. I'm going to chime in a little bit on the Clay Street issue, not because, well, I was going to say, not because I live on Clay Street, but I kind of do, since my backyard, my bedroom and my eating area both face on Clay Street. So I have probably one of the world's best views of traffic patterns on Clay Street. Clay Street is not as much of a problem in my view as its perpendicular connection, which is Coleman Street. And if you've been up Coleman, you'll know it's an old street, and it's got 3 pinch points that are a single lane. So when the Apple Hill congestion begins and all that traffic goes up Clay Street, it funnels, because it's westbound, onto Coleman Street. And there really is no room for a two-way traffic at that point, because it's simply narrow at those 3 pinch points and can't accommodate 2 cars side to side. So what I would request, since I can't possibly think of any solution to that problem, but when you get to the point of looking at the traffic light coordination and perhaps stopping the north-south local traffic, if that would divert more local traffic onto Clay and thus onto Coleman, because there's almost no other possibility, that I think that would be just a disaster for our local neighborhood traffic, and that would affect both Lincoln and Norman and Benson, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess to summarize, make sure while you're deliberating that the spillover smaller streets that are less populated aren't so negatively affected that they can't be usable any further. And I think this problem is gargantuan, so hats off to you if you can figure out solutions.
We'll get it. Thank you for your comments, Marion. Another member wishing to address us on 15.1?
Sue Rodman, and I'd like to thank Rebecca for highlighting the fact that it's not just Clay Street. It is Pacific Street. It is Sacramento Street. It is a whole bunch of streets. It's almost everything on both sides of Highway 50 that gets affected depending on whether the traffic's going up the hill or down the hill for people trying to get through. And I still say the major problem is those 3 fatal stoplights in Placerville. And I think the idea of letting it have a straight shot through for 4 hours on Sundays and maybe on Friday nights, because people go skiing, they go up on Friday, they come home on Sunday. Apple Hill, they go up on Saturday morning, they come home on Saturday afternoon, or they go up on Sunday morning and come home on Sunday afternoon. So you've got the weekend traffic for various things that are not Placerville, that are further up the hill than we are. And we really need to solve the problem for all of the little streets. It is Coleman, it is Pacific Street, it is, I even have traffic coming on Big Cut Road. You would think people wouldn't do that, but people are going all kinds of ways to get around those 3 fatal stoplights. So, yeah, we definitely need to do it, and it is more than just Clay Street.
Thank you for your comment, Sue. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Tammy Dans, and I do live on Clay Street. I do appreciate all the data that the police department and Rebecca has done. I look forward to any traffic calming measures you guys can do on Clay Street and Coleman. The do not turn, no right turn on Dimity, great idea. One way on Coleman's a great idea too. As far as my backyard, speeding may not be an issue, as the data is showing currently right now, but my guardrail, there's a guardrail of Franklin and Clay. It's been hit 3 times. The integrity of the guardrail is not there. It's been like that for probably, I don't know, like 3 years. And so I'd like to, see if that can be fixed, to help protect my house. Anyways, thank you again for all the data and everything you're doing. And I look forward to any measures you guys can do.
Thank you, Tammy. We appreciate your continued neighborhood involvement with this issue. We'll look into the guardrail.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. Kathy Lishman. The average speed on Clay Street is lower because there's a lot of seniors that live there, and they drive slower. But Clay Street is a downhill and an uphill, and the downhill gets people going faster. Traffic calming, and I've mentioned this before, Dan Burden, the traffic calming expert in the nation, was on Clay Street and suggested putting a bike lane on the one side that's so wide. If the other side is too narrow when garbage cans are out there, then maybe the center line needs to be moved. But that bike lane on the wide side will slow people down, and I think he has the expertise to have a pretty good guess about that. The lights, no. The speed trailer. When people see that trailer, they slow down. There needs to be a way out there of tracking speed with people not able to see that trailer. There used to be 2 speed bumps, one on Coleman and one on Clay Street to slow people down. Those were eventually taken away.
Yep.
The lights on Highway 50. When we were looking to come up with a plan for Highway 50, we asked Caltrans, can't you fix the lights now? And Caltrans said, no, only when the project's complete. Well, the project is complete, and as my opinion, the lights aren't really fixed. On any given day when you come from the north side of town up to Bedford to stop, The light is green, going east and west. There's no cars coming from the west, and then you see them down there. And by the time they get up to the signal, it turns red for them. And all that time, it could be green for the traffic going across town. So, and I just don't know about the lights. They acted like that when we got the new signal, it would be so smart and everything. It's not that way. Anyway, I'm glad that something is being looked at on Clay Street, because it's partly the way it was designed.
Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate your lesson on seniors driving.
That was cute.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Ed Ingram. I live on Clay Street. Rebecca, I appreciate all your information that you got from Caltrans on the data as far as the Clay Street and its traffic volume it can handle. I'm not so sure if that just goes from Coleman to Mosquito on the design that thing was built for. But when you get from Coleman to Main Street, that street's not designed for the amount of traffic that Caltrans says. You have a single lane bridge. There's not room for two cars. I don't believe that data at all. Then Coleman is a single lane. It does not handle that amount of traffic that Main Street or any other streets designed at Caltrans standards. It doesn't happen. I still think the one-ways that Merritt suggested at Dimity and Coleman, little sections in there to be made. We're just trying to reduce the amount of traffic, and the hard signage not for through traffic at Mosquito on solid post signs, 48 by 48. We're just trying to help reduce the amount of traffic in there. Appreciate all your help.
Thank you, Ed. We appreciate, again, your continued involvement with this. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council on item 15.1? Seeing no one else coming to the podium,
Mickey wants to.
Oh, Mr. Kaiserman, good evening, sir. Please step up and introduce yourself.
Mickey Kaiserman. Good evening, everyone. I was a member of Civic Lab, and we had a gentleman named Tony Garcia who presented to us a way that you can slow down traffic without having to put up stop lights or other kinds of barriers or speed bumps. And what they did is they painted graphics where the intersections were in the street, and it got cars to slow down. And Cleve was there with me. And they proved that by painting. They got the citizens to go out and chalk the street up and close it down and make designs on the street where the streets intersected. And they saw how that design worked, and people slowed down. And eventually they went, and Pierre was there for that one, I think, as well. They then painted the street that way, still had all the intersection lines, but once the cars were driving down the street, they saw this artwork in the street, they slowed down. It was just some kind of, it's interesting, and maybe there's a report on that we could share with other members. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey.
Because calming, I mean, I think people have mentioned the calming. We have this traffic everywhere in the city. I can name a number of streets that are really narrow, by Rotary Park, on Clark Street. I mean, besides the potholes there, people are, it's a tough street to drive down, and there's people are speeding down Pacific Street and to get to Cedar Ravine, and that causes a lot of congestion. They're trying to make that left turn when the cars are coming up Cedar Ravine towards the hospital. So, I mean, there's calming effects all over the city, but this is something that we might want to look into, the painting of the streets. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. That was indeed an unusual suggestion. But I don't doubt that it works. It's certainly all right. Is there anyone else wishing to address us on this item? Seeing no one else now, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the council.
I have a question.
Probably we should get a couple answers to. Go ahead. Yeah.
I guess maybe this is for the chief. These speed bumps. I remember that we used to have a lot more, I think, in the city than we do now, but it seems like something came out that it put us in a legal responsibility that if a car hit that speed bump and got into a wreck, that they could sue the city. And I think at that time we removed them all. Is that still?
That's before my time, and I don't remember that. I'll defer that to
But
John
what about
Driscoll.
speed bumps? Are they, maybe Rebecca can answer that. Is allowed in the, are they now? Okay, because I remember when that ruling came out, and a lot of cities removed them because they were, you know, like I say, it was a legal
Yeah.
situation.
If you sign properly for them, that's the key.
Okay.
So the people are aware of the speed bumps.
Okay.
That's the real key. I don't know if there's design standards for them. Rebecca could probably answer
There
that.
are,
Yeah.
and Director Rivas reminded me, as before my time here, but there were speed bumps, as mentioned earlier, that Clay and Coleman that were removed. It was a lack of maintenance issue, et cetera. But yes, there are design standards to implement speed bumps, and I had a couple other answers to some of the questions that were raised too. So.
Well, why don't you go ahead and offer those
Sure.
right now, please.
A couple clarifications. Reference was made to the 2018 speed data report, which luckily I was able to locate. The speeds were indeed, a clarification too, we keep referencing average speed. It's not average, it's 85th percentile. It's greater than average. So for all of us statistics nerds, we like that as more clarity there. But in 2018, the highest 85th percentile speed was 25.5 miles per hour. And this report shows 24.5 miles per hour, so a difference of 1 mile per hour. Also, it was located at the same location due to available geometric space for the trailer itself in a safe place located at the intersection of Clay Street and Pennsylvania Court. And then as far as traffic calming related to bike lanes, Ms. Lishman mentioned adding in bike lanes. I do want to point out that as we've been progressing with some of our paving projects on areas and roads where speeding has been an issue, engineering has been implementing the design standard to do 11-foot lanes, and that happens to address driver psychology as far as a narrowing effect and slowing vehicles down. We did implement 11-foot lanes on Pacific Street and a few others as well, and it does help. And so we've been, and the added benefit of that too is it does slow people down, and you actually get the additional bike lane facility. We also did that over on Fair Lane recently as well. And there was one other question. Oh, regarding the signal timing, this is the proverbial dead horse that we have beat for years, and we've been working with Caltrans for a long time. And when the Highway 50 Ops project was implemented, due to a lack of available infrastructure at the time, those signals were not directly connected with the ITS protocol and systems located in Rancho Cordova, which is the main District 3 traffic hub operations for this area. At that time, it wasn't available to do so, but there's a few factors that play into when they are tripped to green on a normal basis. One is when pedestrians approach the intersections and they hit the push button, it resets the timing on all the signals. And the other is there's a cap on how long you can have eastbound, westbound traffic trip to green, and it's about 120 seconds before the driver psychology of cross traffic kicks in and they think, oh, the signal's broken, and then you have red light violators making the cross traffic, which then obviously introduces a safety hazard. These are things we've met with, and especially EDC-TC, the Transportation Commission. Woodrow has met with Caltrans. Let's see, I've been with the city for 5 years now, and it's been every single year he's met with them trying to figure out some signal, timing. And Caltrans, they're just awesome to work with on those signals. They do show up like clockwork on weekends, re-tripping signals, resetting signals, and reprogramming too. So hats off to Caltrans for doing what they can do with what's available to them. And I believe that was it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Rebecca. Cleaver, was there any additional information, any questions, concerns that were raised from our public comments?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other council comments? This was a receiving of a report, so the next step that the engineering department is thinking of, or and with El Dorado County Transportation Commission is?
As Rebecca mentioned, we'll come back in January with a formal report. We will also look at some of the suggestions that I've heard, the speed bumps, rumble strips, et cetera, that maybe could be temporary measures. Again, I think the ultimate solution is solving or relieving the problem on Highway 50, that pilot project that we can do, and hopefully it turns into something more regular rather than just a pilot. That could, I mean, if people are staying on Highway 50, then they're not congesting our side streets, and I think that's the ultimate solution that can help with the problem. The speeding issue, there may be other issues that we look at there, and again, I just want to caution, we want to be very careful with that, given the fact that, as has been mentioned tonight, I think we could all probably name half a dozen other streets that have similar speeding
Right.
issues. You know, Spring Street.
Tunnel Street is a boulevard.
Tunnel Street, Cold Springs Road, Cedar Ravine,
That's a
Pacific
senior
Street.
center again.
It goes on and on. And so I just think we need to recognize that as we come up with solutions, they need to be universal, that they could be applied to other areas too, because there are definitely, I know that the time I've been here, we've had many complaints about Cedar Ravine and speeding on Cedar Ravine. That's just one example. And I know there are others also, so anyway.
Speeding on Cedar, it wouldn't have been me.
It could have been.
And I
Speeding, no, that
I
wouldn't.
didn't think about it until Marion told about Coleman. And you know, for the folks, I mean, when we close those, or if we make the freeway, you know, and close the north-south streets, we, the locals, have to find.
Right.
So this Coleman and all those streets that do that are gonna, they're the only streets there are that are gonna allow, and you can't make Coleman one way because there's folks that have to go the other, you know, so.
Sure you can.
What about those that wanna, you know, go the other way? So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even think about that. That is gonna present a problem.
Coleman is a disaster waiting
Oh,
to happen.
it is.
My
but-
father-in-law is regularly trapped in his house. Well, he doesn't even go out on Sunday afternoons.
Does he live on
and
Coleman?
Yeah, he's 80.
Oh, I
He's
didn't know
89. He'll be 90 next year.
But isn't there another one?
He
What
still
is-
drives his Corvette,
What's the other?
but he
there's-
cannot take it out on Sunday afternoons.
But there's other streets that are those over the hill that are just as narrow. And
Well, Bedford Street's just as, go up to Pleasant Street to Spring to 49.
I mean, yeah, it's all these windings. So, yeah, we got a lot to look at.
Well, that's why I say the study
Yeah,
that
that's
is
huge.
required to make this happen. We want to make sure that we're not trapping someone in that literally could not
So,
get out because of the
and
weather.
I'm not sure about Woodrow's plan. I mean, we talked about this at Transportation, that they're hiring a firm to come in. Are they gonna just do just the freeway, or are they going to then talk about our neighborhoods? Or is it gonna, the modeling?
The modeling is, well, the plan is to, you know, trip the lights to green during those hours, but they need to look at what consequences that has in terms
So
of
they
people
will
being
be
able to communicate.
talking,
Yes.
I mean, they'll be looking at the things that we're
They
talking
have
about
to, yeah,
tonight.
that's
Okay.
why it takes more study.
The bigger picture is being able to achieve removal of the Highway 50 through traffic from our local streets and get it back on Highway 50. If you could envision that, you won't have congestion on the local streets. The residents already stay home. My father-in-law is one of 1,000 that stay home. I've had former council members saying, "What the heck are you doing out on a Sunday afternoon, Mark? You should know better. You stay home." So you've got, this is a big picture. I think it has a real chance to succeed and get that Highway 50 traffic back on Highway 50.
No, I
Then
agree.
Coleman Street will be just
But that's
fine.
not fair to make the locals prisoners in their homes.
They already
on
are.
weekend. I'm not.
Okay, well, you're lucky.
I mean, I just know
There's a
how,
lot
I
of
know all the
folks-
back roads. I mean, you know, but that's what I'm saying.
You mean Clay Street in Coleman?
Anyway, all right.
I'll never tell.
She really wanted us to make no parking on a couple of other streets, but and this is a serious issue. I appreciate the time that staff has put in this fall, because the only time we can collect the new data is when this event is actually happening. And we've hit that timeline now 2 years in a row, so we've got the data that we need. We don't have, it reduces the chance for somebody to try and diminish the issue. This is a huge impact of this city. And the wear and tear of that Highway 50 traffic on all those streets that have, prehistoric road beds.
Oh, they're just ripping them up.
It's terrible. So we look forward to seeing Rebecca's report in January, and we'll see all you folks back then. All right, we've still got a lot of work to do and some money to spend. So I'm going to ask that we move on to item 12.1, which is to adopt a resolution approving Amendment 4 to consultant services with Michael Baker International. And this is in regards to the draft Clay Street realignment and bridge replacement project. Mr. Rivas, I believe you have this report for us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Staff is requesting approval of a consultant services contract amendment number 4 with Michael Brandman International that would augment the project budget for completion of the environmental impact report being prepared for the Clay Street Bridge replacement project. The draft EIR was circulated for public review back in March 2nd of 2018, with the comment period ending in April 2018. MBI has been preparing the administrative draft final EIR, which includes responses to comments that were received on that draft EIR that was circulated. Following the circulation of the draft, the city and Caltrans staff coordinated revisions to be made to the draft cultural resources documentation that was under preparation for the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, Section 106 review process. Specifically, the methodology under Section 106 to evaluate the project's impact on an assumed eligibility of the historic Main Street downtown area for the potential designation as a National Historic District was addressed and incorporated. An incorporation of additional information from the Historic Property Study Report, or HPSR, and the finding of effect, the FOE document. All this additional information prepared pursuant to NEPA now necessitates revisions to about 4 of the 29 sections of the draft EIR being prepared under CEQA. The consultant would first prepare a revised administrative draft EIR of the revised 4 sections for circulation, and they revised screen check document prior to partial recirculation of the draft EIR for public review, which would then produce a new set of public comments to be addressed in the final EIR for the recirculated sections. Staff is recommending approval of the increase in the contract budget, and this would be an augmentation of approximately $26,000 in order to complete the remaining EIR tasks. The augmentation would increase the EIR budget from its current $182,000 to $208,000. The current $1.3 million in total encumbrances, including the proposed augment number 4 in the amount of $26,000 with MBI, would be well within the $1.5 million project budget. So with that, staff is recommending that the council adopt the resolution approving amendment number 4 to the consultant services agreement with Michael Baker International in an amount not to exceed $26,310 for the additional environmental documentation and partial recirculation of the draft Clay Street realignment and bridge replacement project environmental impact report for the project, and 2, then authorizing the city manager to execute the same. That concludes staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you very much, Rivas. Is there any questions for staff at this point?
One, Pierre, what's the timeline on completing this portion of the EIR? Guesstimate?
We're probably looking at around April, and I'll turn to our city engineer. I don't know the status of the completion of actually having then the Caltrans approval of those documents that are prepared under the Section 106. So it's all contingent on that approval. Once we have that approval, then that information gets delivered to Michael Brandman Associates to incorporate into the into the secret document.
So we won't
But
be able to recirculate until all
we
that.
won't be able to recirculate until all that information is put in. That's all Michael Brandman International is doing. They're not creating any new data. We're just taking the cultural information, the historic information being prepared under the Section 106, under NEPA, that will then be incorporated into the CEQA document to have a complete CEQA document for recirculation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions for staff at this point? All right, we'll go ahead and open public comment on this item. If someone would like to comment on item 12.1, the additional environmental work being proposed for the Clay Street realignment.
Hi, Jennifer from Clay Street. Can I ask a couple questions?
Well, you can ask them and then we'll get them answered for you.
Okay. So in that
And you would-
report, the attachment that was with the agenda, it talked about the finding of effect document. So has that been prepared yet?
We'll get that answered for you.
Okay. You also are talking about the assumption of national significance, I think, of having a nationally significant historic district. And so the key thing about that assumption is what is the historic context that is the basis for the significance. So have you defined that?
Okay, well,
The historic context.
very good.
There are many different historic contexts that you could base it on. So then when you recirculate the draft EIR, will that be 30 days, 45 days? Do we know how
That's
long
another
that?
good question. No, and that's a
comment
question I
period?
was going to ask. So
Okay.
that's a good one. So we've got 3 so far.
And I guess, so, but anyway, yeah, there's a lot more still to the process. I know one of your earlier, I guess, reallocations of additional funds, you allocated money for possibly working on an EIS under NEPA, Environmental Impact Statement under NEPA, as a potential scenario. Has that funding been committed? Is that pathway been eliminated? Is there still a possibility that there will be an environmental impact statement under NEPA?
Okay, very good. We'll get those answered when we finish with.
Great. And then I guess the last thing is, I just want to remind you that that bridge, that wonderful historic bridge that has so many interesting connections to the whole historic district and the Druid Monument and the Lincoln Highway, because it's all part of the Lincoln Highway experience. It's a fabulous traffic calming measure to have that bridge right down there at the bottom of Clay Street. And that's another great place to create just one-way traffic right at the bottom of Clay Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is another member of the public wishes to address the council on item 12.1? Seeing no one else approaching the podium, I'll close public comment and bring it back. I'll ask staff to answer the questions that were submitted by public.
Sure. A couple of the speakers' questions were a little bit premature. In other words, as far as the finding of effect and the context definitions, those are all still in draft form. So that's the purpose of recirculating the document. All of that will be information in the recirculated CEQA document. It also will be available as part of the NEPA documents as well. And so the public will have a chance to review all that information then and provide, again, comments on that recirculated draft EIR, at least those portions that are applicable. And then the consultant and staff will respond to those comments that are submitted. With regards to the recirculation, I think we're looking at 45 days. And there was a question regarding the EIS. Yes, that was probably some time ago that some additional funding was placed into the project budget for the potential of doing an environmental impact statement, but we're not proceeding in that direction under NEPA. And I think that was the end of her questions. She just had some comments regarding the bridge as a traffic calming device.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. I appreciate it very much. All right, well, we've heard from the vote. Public comment is closed on this item. So I will ask if there's a member of the council that would like to make a motion. If there's no other questions, discussion.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll ask the clerk to please call a roll.
Mayor Kuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for your dedication to this project, Mr. Rivas. All right, moving on to item 12.2, adopt a resolution approving a utility agreement with PG&E in the amount of $155,000 for pole and overhead utility relocation work for the Placerville Station 2 project. I'll ask our city engineer, Rebecca Neves, to give us the report, please.
Good evening again. The Placerville Station 2 project was adopted as part of the 2006-2007 fiscal year annual capital improvement program budget, and it is directly located adjacent to the existing 55-stall parking lot located at Placerville Station Park and Bus facility at the southwest corner of Mosquito Road and the Clay Street intersection. The proposed project includes a minimum of 50 new spaces, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and improvement to Mosquito Road, Locust Avenue, and Clay Street. The project also includes improvements to the city's water, sewer, and storm drain infrastructure to support the paving on Mosquito Road from Clay Street to Highway 50. The project has been delayed for some time for various reasons, including staff turnover, overhead utility redesign, project scope changes, and including the 2-year process for approval of an exemption from the California Public Utilities Commission for undergrounding overhead utilities within the designated Highway 50 scenic corridor. The item before you tonight is an important project milestone in progressing this project forward to release it for public bidding and ultimately construction. Several key power poles will need to be relocated in order to allow for the space for construction of the proposed improvements. This is actually a huge milestone. We've been working with PG&E for several years to get this utility agreement for you this evening, and I wanted to give a shout out to Corey Schiestel in our office. He has dogged this process relentlessly, and so really appreciate all the efforts he's put forth on this project. Upon approval of tonight's item, the relocation work will be scheduled and is anticipated to start by March of 2020. Subsequent relocation work by both Comcast and AT&T will follow shortly thereafter. The project is currently 90% designed, and construction is anticipated to start in summer 2020, following bidding in the spring of 2020. That concludes staff's verbal report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate that. I had one. Are there additional relocation costs that will come in from AT&T and Comcast for the actual moving of their cables?
I will have to confirm that, but my understanding is no, because the poles were located in a PG&E easement as opposed to the others having the same easement. So as far as prescriptive rights, I'll have to double check on that for you, though.
Okay, because with the amount of AT&T overhead facilities that's on those poles in that area, it's a concern that it could be substantial, depending on what the rights were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, understood. And we're in terms of the funding for the project, the grant that's in place does cover for the relocation of utilities.
Very good. Did you have an estimate for the project? How does this 155 come in based on or was there an estimate for the?
I mean, as far as the estimate for the engineer's estimate for all the improvements, I believe was right around 1.5. And one thing that isn't mentioned in here too is at the beginning of this year, staff was successful in submitting an application for congestion mitigation air quality funds that have been programmed by the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, and roughly just shy of $700,000 to support the eligible components of the project, which is an additional funding source. We're working with Caltrans to do the request to transfer funds for those CMAQ monies over to FTA, which is our grant manager through Regional Transit. And so we do have some additional funding on the project that just hasn't made it yet to appropriation, but we do have additional funds to help support that relocation effort.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Other questions? No? All right. I'll open this up for public comment. Anyone wish to comment on 12.2, the relocation work for the PG&E and other utilities at the Placerville Station project?
Hi, Tammy Dans again, Clay Street. I look forward to the project. Anything's better than the dirt area down there being torn up by vehicles. They're relocating, I believe, 5 utility poles in phase 2. I'm curious what happened to the existing, I believe it's 2 or is it 3 poles? I can't count right now in my head. In phase 1, originally when Cottonwood Division was put in, the intent was all these overhead utility poles to be underground. Don't know what happened to that. So I'd like, an answer on that, if there's one, if the funds are gone or what have you. But one of the poles too, where all the buses turn in, originally into the bus station, there's a K-rail on both sides to protect the pole. I do not believe that is a pole that is going to be relocated because it's in phase 1 section, not phase 2. But if we're spending money in relocating, it would kind of make sense in possibly relocating that one that is a bit obstruction for the buses and school buses that come in. Just something to look at.
We'll see if we can get the answer. That's the famous K-rail pole. Been out there a long time. Is there any other member of the public wishing to comment on this item? Seeing no one else approaching the podium, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And I would be interested to know the status of the infamous K-rail pole.
Yes, thank you for bringing those up. There are 2 K-rail poles. There's one located at Mosquito, which is being relocated. It's part of the included utility agreement. And then the second is the one that is located at Clay Street. And the issue with that one currently not being relocated is because it was not included in the CPUC exemption when it was originally submitted. And this was 2012, 2013, around that time frame. So it's been some time since that was done. However, staff is not letting up on that. We are still proceeding with trying to figure out a way to do that, including looking at getting a variance to the CPUC. We have been successful at receiving an exemption through directly working with PG&E and the Scenic Corridor, and also getting Caltrans engaged onto it as well. We were successful at getting those waivers issued to us on the Upper Broadway project as well, also located in a historic or in a Scenic Corridor. So it may not be done at the moment. It will be done. It hurts my own eyes to look at those. And as far as wanting to underground the poles, that was kind of the whole purpose of us going to the CPUC and allowing the variance to still have overhead poles within a scenic corridor. And the reason why is because undergrounding those poles and those facilities was, and I'm going to look at Cleve because he might remember the estimate better than me, but it was close to $1 million to underground it. And we don't have that kind of money. And it would have basically dried up the project. So that was the reason why.
Thank you. Very good report. Cleve, did you have a...
Yeah, just I don't remember the exact amount. I know it was over $700,000 to do the undergrounding, and at that time we had $1 million to do the project. We have identified some other funds at this time, but it would have taken the whole, almost the entire amount just to do the undergrounding without doing any of the project. So that's why we changed and decided not to do that.
Apparently we're under attack by drone. All right. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that update on the polls and the variances from the CPUC. Are there any other questions? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt a resolution approving the utility agreement with PG&E.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Vice Mayor Zaragoza. Ask for a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Acuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. That is a big step. I had fears of PG&E wanting $300,000 or $400,000 to do this work, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. All right, moving on to item 12.3, consideration of initiating the process to amend the zoning ordinance considering restrictions on formula businesses within the Central Business District. Mr. Pierre Rivas, I believe you have the report for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item is before the council for consideration of providing further direction to staff to make amendments to our zoning ordinance pertaining to the regulation of formula businesses in the Central Business District, more specifically within the downtown Main Street commercial corridor. The City Council has the ability to initiate amendments to the Placerville zoning ordinance either by a resolution of intention or by minute order. Back in February 24th of 2004, the then City Council adopted an ordinance which modified the Central Business District zoning regulations to further require that any formula business be subject to a conditional use permit and a site plan review approval prior to being established. A formula business is defined as any business within a proposed or existing exterior design that includes appearance, colors, signage that is essentially identical to 5 or more other business sites using the same or similar name or identity. The purpose of requiring both a conditional use permit and a site plan review is to allow the city discretion over the business operation and the design, architecture, and materials of any proposed formula business or development within the CBD zone district. Back in June 11th of 2019, by consensus, the City Council directed staff to hold a discussion item with the Planning Commission regarding the city's current regulation of formula businesses within the CBD zone, and whether or not the city should consider making the allowance of formula businesses within the CBD zone more restrictive. And in addition to that, staff did initiate holding an additional workshop with the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee. So we'll start with them. Staff held on September 20th of 2019, the PEAC, the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee, held a workshop item to discuss the city's current regulation of formula businesses and make recommendations to the City Council regarding any changes to the same and with regards to the current zoning map. The PEAC members were provided a discussion outline, which is included in your staff report, and a map of the current CBD zone properties, also included in your staff report. Following the discussion and public input, the Economic Advisory Committee forwarded a unanimous consensus of the 5 members present to recommend that the City Council make no change, should any be made, to the existing regulations of the formula businesses in the CBD zone. And that those minutes are contained in attachment 4 of your staff report. Excuse me. And then on October 1st of 2019, a workshop was held with the Planning Commission to discuss the current regulations of formula businesses and also to make recommendations to the City Council regarding any changes. And we did also provide, just so you could see what it is that staff provided the Planning Commission to facilitate the discussion, a copy of the outline and the map that was provided to them, which is the same map that was provided to the Economic Advisory Committee. Following discussion and public input, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that no modifications be made to the regulations, and those minutes are contained in attachment 6. And if staff can give just a real brief commentary. The staff felt that this was a really good plan to actually reach out to the community and see if we could get good, viable comments on whether formula businesses should be further regulated. Staff did a lot of extensive research of what other communities do. The city of Placerville, of course, has the discretion to eliminate formula businesses entirely within a certain geographical area. You look at the city of Carmel. The city of Carmel does not allow any formula business within its city limits, and they define a formula business as more than 2. So, or you could do what maybe the city of San Francisco does. They have various districts where they don't allow the location of formula business, but they define a formula business as 11 businesses or more. And then you have a lot of different regulation in between. So this, I think the council and staff felt this was a good plan to reach out to the community, so we held these 2 workshops. It was an extreme disappointment that we didn't have anybody show up to discuss this issue with either the Economic Advisory Committee or the Planning Commission, considering how contentious this was on a formula business application that we processed. So with that, staff is recommending that the council now consider initiating the process to either amend the zoning ordinance to consider further restrictions on formula businesses within the central business district and direct staff to begin the formal process. Council has 2 options. Either one, to receive the report and direct staff to make no changes to the zoning code for additional restrictions on formula businesses within the central business district, or 2, you may provide staff with further direction to amend the zoning code and initiate the formal process for amendments to the zoning ordinance. Those are your two options, and that concludes staff's report. Happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Are there any questions for staff at this point?
I have several questions.
Very good. Yes, please go ahead.
So my first question is, I thought that the minutes from the peak committee was really helpful in just kind of seeing their rationale behind their decision. We didn't get that with the planning commission. Could you kind of speak to why they decided not to make any changes?
I think a lot of the discussion with the planning commission centered on the free market, and they felt that the downtown is doing extremely well, and that they didn't feel that they want to hinder both the individual property owner from entering into a lease with a particular business. And so that was primarily what it was about. They didn't spend a lot of time, so if you could just go, and I think both of the outlines that staff prepared for both the planning commission and the economic advisory committee were the same. So the way staff conducted the workshop is if you look at the first heading, we had the introduction. So staff clearly went through the existing city code on how formula businesses are regulated. And then we went to options. And so the first option to consider was no change. And I think that's where things sort of stopped with both the Economic Advisory Committee and with the Planning Commission. They didn't go any further, even though staff was ready to present many different options, either from redefining what is a formula business. The city would have the option of defining a more constrained geographical area where we want to not have the location of formula business. For example, we had some members of the public that approached staff that felt like they wanted a very distinct area that wouldn't allow formula business, and that being just around the bell tower, as opposed to the entire CBD zone district. Some members of the public felt that they wanted to see restrictions from, say, Bedford to Sacramento Street. So there were a lot of different ways, that we could slice this. And so we never really got into that level of detail with either of these bodies. But the reason, and I want to answer your question because I thought this might come up, when staff prepares the minutes for the Placerville Economic Advisory Committee, we prepare a much more detailed minutes that actually describes what was discussed in greater detail. We don't do that with the Planning Commission because that's a commission where the advisory committee is advisory. And so in order for staff to maintain continuity of what the advisory committee is doing, it makes sense for us to have a more detailed minutes of the agenda. So it goes into the discussion detail, which you wouldn't see with the Planning Commission, the same as you wouldn't see in your City Council agenda. So just as sort of a side, that's why you see a great difference, in the level of detail with the peak minutes versus the Planning Commission minutes. But I hope that sort of describes what it was. The workshops really didn't take a whole lot of time because it really didn't go into a lot of the detail because there wasn't really hardly any, if any, public comment on it, and they knew where they wanted to make a recommendation was to make no changes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my second question is, how were the workshops advertised or announced to the public?
Well, I personally reached out to a lot of members of the public myself, personally inviting them in the show, and then we advertised on our normal manner.
Okay.
The newspaper and...
And then lastly, do we know how, the economic effects other cities have seen that have implemented some restrictions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Do we have any information about the economic effects that different cities have seen after implementing these limitations?
The only information I have was I was following closely with the debates that was going on with the city of San Francisco with regards to North Beach. And so I think the city of North Beach, or the district within San Francisco, the North Beach district, has a high vacancy rate. And so there was a debate whether they felt that it was the formula business restriction that was maybe keeping some of these buildings vacant because the rents are so high, but then there's the other side of the coin that some of the commentators in the newspaper articles were stating that they felt that if they were allow the bigger formula businesses to come in, that they would squeeze out the more independent or mom and pop restaurants and the like that locate there in North Beach. So I didn't see anything definitive in those articles, but that's sort of the debate that was going on back and forth.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you for those questions, Kara. All right, if there's no other questions, I'll open this up for public comment. Item 12.3. All right, now we're going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
It'll be limited, but I just want to remind the council that this is directly related to these cultural studies going on related to the historic district, the potentially eligible National Historic District. And this seems like, I don't really even understand. It seems like you could just sort of stay status quo, but I just want to remind you that the studies going on associated with that historic district would be potentially important considerations, because that historic district is, I don't know where the boundaries end, but there's obviously a lot of overlap between this potentially nationally significant historic district and this business district that you're talking about. So there's going to be more information coming to you through the environmental planning process with these cultural and historic studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Kirk Smith. Mr. Vaz and I agree on one point. He says it's very disappointing, the turnout. There were two persons, Mr. LeBlanc and myself. My suggestion is you continue it until next year and do it right. I mean, as far as giving notice to people and think you gave out notice, no, you didn't. There's no way that anybody would have known when you send out, what? People are going to work 60 hours a week and look at a website, and that's how they're going to get notice. You need to solicit it. And Mr. Vaz is right. A number of the commissioners said they supported free enterprise, competition. But you know, you have on the books some areas that are described as historic districts where when someone wants to change windows and some of their siding in the house, they have to go to the planning commission. And what do you know? When that goes before them, we have a number of commissioners that say they don't like it. They don't like your regulations because they believe that you should have the free market. It should be up to the individual property owner to decide. So who's running the place, you or them? Because their statement is free enterprise, competition. We shouldn't regulate property. Let it up to the individual. That's what they've said when you do have regulations. So what did you expect them to say when it comes to this matter? Also, when it came to the way it was presented, my understanding from my memory, and I'll have to go back and look, but it was that this is for discussion. And then only at the end were they asked to give a recommendation, specifically vote, and then tell them that Peak had already voted in that corner. You can lead these people any way you want. They're very docile. And it's the worst administrative agency I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it's really pathetic. Ex-party communication, I'm glad that John Driscoll came in to talk to them about that subject, which was prompted by an agenda item. But imagine, they still think that that's perfectly permissible. And John was right when he said that there are some jurisdictions in the state that prohibit it, but others don't. They don't have regulations. Well, the reason they don't is because the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution don't need to be codified. The federal rules of administrative procedure take up an entire volume of the federal code. The California Administrative Procedure Act is about a dozen pages. They both deal with the same thing, due process. But the difference is that in California, county by county by county, court by court by court, as Mr. Thomas would know, you have to go in and litigate these issues in order to get case law. And so that's why some jurisdictions don't have it. But that's just an example. They'll still have their ex parte communication. And then this also came up when Mr. Thomas was having this, what was described in the newspaper as a war, power play for the PDA. What the worst time to present something to the agent, to the PDA, when there's that kind of divisiveness and backbiting going on?
Thank you for your comments, Kurt. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Jackie No. I just want to say that I believe this is notified the same way everything's notified, and everybody who signs up for that email gets that notice. I think it was 10 years ago, asked for the city to do that and appreciated them doing that. So everyone who's interested in what's going on had the ability to get that delivered right to their email box. So to say that it isn't put out there, it's put out the same way the city council agenda is put out there. I would say I'm very concerned about changing the formula business. If everyone was knocking down their door and there wasn't an empty building in Placerville, that might be one story, but I think you should be very concerned about how that would affect business and future business in Placerville. Rising minimum wages are affecting small businesses, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about small buildings and small businesses, and there's a lot of other things that could factor into there. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Is there another member of the public wishing to address the council on 12.3?
Good evening. I believe this is the last time I'll be up here.
Oh, that's okay.
We are not Carmel, and we're not San Francisco. And there was a big controversy about this. And I disagree, because I think it was handled too lightly. I got the minutes somehow of the Economic Development Committee meeting. And I think that was even before the final decision was made, that they had already made a recommendation on it to recommend that no change be made in the existing regulation. And the discussion and the reasons they gave, they are a very narrow focus group. They meet on Fridays at noon, a terrible time to get anybody to come. And the Planning Commission only had 2 people. I think this topic deserves more than it's gotten. I think we have a very special part of downtown between Bedford and Sacramento Street that I think we need to be careful, or it's going to get into something. There was so much discussion about the sourdough and a lot of it was too late, because it wasn't really the way the ordinance was. I think something needs to be done. There are 2 things that I've been involved with the city that were the best things ever. One was the general plan. The public came. The public was involved. The public wrote the general plan with the help of a consultant. The second thing was the downtown revitalization project. There were many workshops with the consultant, and the public got a chance to say what they wanted to see. I think that this has been given just a cursory thing, and I think the downtown deserves more than that, and I hope that you won't say, don't change it. I hope that you'll say, let's look at it some more.
Thank you for those comments, Kathy. Is there any other member of the public wishing to address the council on this item? Sue? No, you're good on this one? Thank you. All right, bring it back to the closed public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion and action. What are my colleagues' thoughts on this?
I have a lot of thoughts.
You do. Why don't you go first?
So this is a topic that I've, having had a business downtown and a food business downtown and still working downtown, I've thought about this a lot, and I've gone back and forth a lot and gotten a lot of feedback from my neighbors. And on the one hand, I really agree with a lot of the comments from the Peak Committee that, really if we don't want formula fast food downtown, then we shouldn't spend our money there, and I agree with that. And I also know that just, as Jackie mentioned, with the changes to minimum wage, we might see a very different business landscape in the next 5 to 10 years. And, changing something like this could have consequences to vacancy downtown. But on the other hand, there was such an outpouring when it came to this topic. And, really, I think that zoning is aspirational, and it's about what type of community do we want to live in and what type of downtown do we want to have. And there was so many people that felt very strongly about this, and not just, a lot of the public comments, we got a stack of public comments that was this thick, by far more than on any other topic we've had. And a lot of them were from people that I know and respect as reasonable, well-intentioned, smart people. So I agree with Kathy and with Kirk that I feel like this deserves more attention. I didn't know about the peak meeting and workshop or the planning commission workshop. I guess I need to check my email settings. But I think that given the amount of community input on this, we do need to give it a little bit more thought and maybe another workshop and do some real outreach. And I would also like to do some real research about what other cities have experienced in terms of their economic impacts as a result of these zoning options.
Thank you, Karen.
That's my thoughts.
Those are excellent comments. Thank you. Michael?
I think the face of, as Councilmember Taylor just mentioned, the face of brick and mortar is changing completely. We have no idea what brick and mortar is going to look like at all in the next 5 to 10 years, in terms of what's going to be around, what the new, whether it's all services, who knows? I mean, the economy is rapidly changing. The type of businesses people want to go to are rapidly changing. As millennials and Generation Z become the primary spenders and drivers of the economy, that will change how things look, whether we like that or not. And so there are many things I think to contemplate as we go forward here. The one thing I can be certain of is that static, at the end of the day, will not, we can stay static, but the market will still drive what ultimately will happen here, regardless of whatever we decide to do today. Whether we pass something or not, it's still going to, the market will still be pushed where it's going to go. That's why we've seen changes over decades in a lot of these places. So I'm fine with having more discussion on this. I do think that we will hit an apex of the amount of businesses willing to come down here and set up, and those that will survive. I don't know what the economic viability is when you have businesses that open for a year and then close, and then there's vacancies for a couple of months, and then another one comes in and then it closes. I don't know that that's a successful downtown business model, and I've certainly seen many small towns that go through the same problems that we do, but I don't, just because they're independent, but they close every 6 months or 1 year, I don't think that's what we're looking for either. So I think we need to balance that out, and anyone that's lived here for any amount of time knows that the turnover rate downtown has been tremendous. There are very few, and the ones that were there for a long time are now leaving or closing. So we are in a new frontier, and so we do have to be practical about what type of businesses are going to actually thrive and survive downtown. And so if that means having a couple of extra meetings, I think that's great. I think I want to have more public input, but at the same time, we also have to look as the caretakers of the city of what we think reasonably is going to be viable, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Great comments. Dennis, did you have any comments? Or would you like to let Councilmember Borelli go next?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
This code that we have currently was contemplated right on the tail end of the Friedman, all the studies that were done and for the economic, for downtown, which was talked about. And I know a lot of thought, because I was actually involved in some of this at that time, a lot of thought went into this particular issue when they passed it. And that was before, that was on the tail end of what we want downtown to look like and how we want it to move into the future. And there was a lot of conversation on that. So this is not just a random code that we have in our books. It was a thoughtful and well thought out process that gave the city options, that also, for a good point, limited what formula businesses could really do in the downtown district. And I think that's critical. And then I look at the hardware store, and I look at other stores that have had the opportunity to partner with other businesses similar to theirs, and through the economic advantages of that, they've been able to thrive downtown, and yet still maintain that unique character. And my business is one of those. So I'm affiliated with another 3,000 other pharmacies. While they all don't look exactly like mine, we do have similarities. And I don't know how you would parse that out if another business like True Value and other businesses like that came in that utilize the economic advantages of being affiliated with a larger organization that carries similar logos and styles. And yet we still maintain that unique character of downtown. People don't look at my pharmacy as a chain, they look at it as an independent. And I think that's one of the values of this particular code that we have, is that it gives us that flexibility to ensure that the outward expression of these businesses doesn't look like a chain. And and I don't know what that means, what happens inside the buildings, but I do know that this code is specific to the outward expression of the business. And so, there's, I don't know who Pierre contacted specifically, but I imagine it was those people that, Pierre, did you contact the people specific that were very energized with this previously?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they did not show up, and they were fully aware of that. And those were the people that would rally and get people in here, where, this is how things start. People get energized, they get their neighbors energized, and they bring those people, and they show up in those crowds because they go out and tell everybody, because not everybody's looking at this. And they didn't show up. And I don't get it myself. I really don't. And I see that these two different organizations contemplated it. We brought it before them, and they gave us their recommendations. So I'm a little stunned and shocked and actually dismayed that no other people showed up to give their opinions on this tonight or any other night when we actually contacted those specific people that were really energized with this previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Very thoughtful comments. Appreciate it. Patty?
Well,
You've got some big shoes to fill.
I'm deep in thought.
Good comments.
I've been a small business owner practically all my life, starting with my folks who were in downtown Placerville, and my late husband, downtown Placerville. And so I've had a lot of experience. But I'm going to, I'm kind of going along the lines where what Michael was talking about. Businesses come and go, and I'm going to tell you, we've had some large, like Starbucks, and they've come and they didn't make it, but the little businesses did. So I think I think the climate now, and it just breaks my heart, I've said it before, to see the businesses that are closing. And I hope this is not an indicator of our future, but it's rough on small business. And you talk about having these public meetings, and the public comes, but how many of those in the public have run a small business? And I tell you, it's not easy. It's not easy. And they can express their opinions and say, oh, don't allow this and don't allow. But are they going to come in and open a small business here? I don't know. And I, quite frankly, think that we need to keep this open enough that we have enough businesses that want to stay here in town. We want to keep this town open. And if we start dictating too much, I don't know how, if that's going to, our little downtown is I keep saying it over and over and over, it's our magnet to bring people, and I think as long as the storefront stays small, it's a small business, no matter who's running it. And I agree, because I agree with Dennis on that point. It looks, like you were saying, what it looks like. We don't know what goes on in the back room, but it looks like a small business. And I just think that that's the real important thing, and I think we have to give leeway enough to make those decisions. So this is my opinion.
Well, tough act to follow. First of all, I will say that I am also shocked that there is only a couple of folks here to discuss this item this evening, based on the passion and concerns that were expressed earlier this year with the sourdough application. This has always been a very sensitive issue, the preservation of the core historic downtown district. Now we've got the central CBD, which in today's acronym world, I keep thinking we're talking about a marijuana dispensary, and that just goes to show you how things have changed. And I think it's a real blessing to have two active and one retired small business owners on this council here this evening. And as Dennis just was gracious enough to share with us, he counts on the ability of his other 2,999 partners to be a viable small town pharmacy. Michael very eloquently described the rapidly changing Amazon world that brick and mortar is up against. When this ordinance and these studies were done on Main Street, and Kathy Lishman was probably a part of that, Marion Washburn was probably a part of that, this technology that we're competing against didn't even exist. I mean, it didn't even exist. And so here we are in almost 2020, and the need to try and protect this is even more difficult than we ever imagined it would be back then. Because this is a very limited resource, the historic downtown, and we've adjusted the size of the district. We took it west because we thought that was a good thing to do, and now it seems like the biggest concern resides between Bedford and Sacramento Street, because that's the core of the old historic buildings. The thing that cracks me up about that very core is I have what I now call historic stucco, because in the 1960s, when the owners of the buildings got tired of painting all the elaborate gingerbread trim and what have you from whatever Victorian or Art Deco era, they stuccoed over it all. Cumbelix is a classic example, the stuccoed facade. So we have, I'll give you historic 1960s stucco. But that's one of the architectural charms down there, and you can count a lot of those stucco jobs. But yet that still is the heart of the old historic core. The fact that nobody is here this evening, I think, tells me that we need to reapproach this, and we need to do it in such a way that respects the challenges that today's business operators are facing down here, and also combines the realities of the property owners of these old historic structures. Might be the same folks, in many instances it's not. And the fact that we have some very significant vacancies right now, and making sure that we don't cut off our nose to spite our face, as the old saying goes. The big corporate name that got thrown around at the last few months ago was McDonald's. We're going to have McDonald's, and then we're going to have Taco Bell down there. And I've seen a McDonald's done where you can't even tell it's a McDonald's, and it's in Monterey, right on the water. So not that that's what I want, but if that's going to keep a downtown vibrant, that's what you need to do. But we need to have maybe a couple of different workshops, some early next year, maybe focused at trying to. We frequently are accused of making these times when the business operators and property owners can't be here. So maybe we should do a morning workshop, and maybe we should do an evening workshop. That would be just my thought. But not having any response this evening very much disturbs me. And I appreciate the work that staff has gone through. Sadly, when I was a planning commissioner, it was pretty standard fare that we would ask people, well, why didn't you show up at the planning commission meeting? Well, because you don't make the final decision, the city council does. So we'd have 5 people opposing a subdivision and 50 people would show up at the city council meeting. So sad but true. Cleve?
I just want to mention quickly, we did, I didn't attend, but I asked my assistant Dave Warren to attend the Placerville Downtown Association meeting last Thursday, and made sure that they announced that this topic was on your agenda tonight. So it was made known at the PDA meeting last Thursday, just for your information.
Okay.
How many people were there?
What was the attendance? It was fairly well attended, I think, wasn't it? Because of some other topics that were on their agenda.
Moderately. It was smaller group than past meetings that I've attended. So I would say about 15 people.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a big group, but yeah.
Does that include the people that were on the board?
Yes.
Okay.
So not a lot of members there. Okay, so what's the wish? It's a desire that I'm hearing a desire of the council is to schedule a couple of, or at least one
At least
workshop,
one.
or Kara, what are
I feel
your
like
thoughts?
at least one workshop that's at a time that most people can attend and is well publicized would be my preference.
What are your thoughts, Vice Mayor?
I'm fine with that. I think, hell, I'm willing to walk every business in this area and give them a flyer if that's what it means. I mean, we can.
And if no one shows up, then we know that it's not top of their mind, and but I'm actually really disoriented that we don't have anybody here on this or at the workshops that were already hosted, given how much feedback we got.
So I guess my question is that, I mean, the folks that are here and have lasted, naturally, they're going to have one point of view, but it's like, I wish we could get some input from the traveling public. That we could ask questions like, okay, if we allow a larger, are you going to, does that mean you're not going to come to our town? These are kind of, this is what I'm questioning. Is that going to stop people from coming in here?
Or are there studies that show that if you have a gap and,
exactly
something like that, that it actually brings more people that shop at, but I think that there are these studies out there. I would just like to look at them before we make a decision on this, I think.
We could certainly ask the chamber and PDA to whether they do it through their own email distribution list or posting something up on their website. To Patty's point of just, what does the public think? If you're traveling through. I mean, it's not scientific, but it'll certainly give us a little bit more information if they're willing to do that. I certainly think that would be. I'll take more information.
One of the challenges we've had is how the questions have been posed to people, and that they are posed to generate a specific response and not a generalized question that allows people to think through the more broader question. So, we're starting to go down a road that is I wouldn't call, I don't know, road or rabbit hole or what, but we can take a really deep dive into this, and I think that we have once before as a city in 2004, and we have done very well downtown since 2004. We've had some chains come in, some chains have left, And they've gone in with the commissioners, and some didn't do, actually.
You're right.
They didn't do well.
They did not.
And I tell you, this is not the environment that most chains want to come
Right.
down for. This
want
is,
parking
McDonald's
lots.
is not
Yeah.
coming down here. It's
Enough
not the
ramp and-
demographics for it. It doesn't have the freeway, it
There's
doesn't have the
statistics,
parking.
Yeah.
It doesn't
you're
have all the
exactly
stuff.
right.
So, for what are we doing this if we have an ordinance that is working and that it has proven itself over the last 14 years? Do we really need to revisit this?
That's the way I feel, I tell you. I think it runs itself.
I'm looking at staff time to put on these
Yeah.
meetings and where they're gonna go with it. And, we've already done a peak meeting. We've advertised that, and I don't know how well. We've done a planning commission meeting, and that's specific phone calls to people who are specifically interested in that, and they didn't show up. Those are the people that are gonna come. And now it's here again and advertised again, and those people do look at those two people do get our emails. You know that those people get our emails, and they're not here either. So we're gonna put the staff and the staff time into this, which is limited resource. It's not a bucket that just keeps filling up every time we take a little bit of water out of it. And we have an ordinance that has worked in the last 14 years, and it has worked well.
All right. That is the staff's time is absolutely a critical consideration.
It appears to me from all this report that they've already done a lot of work.
Oh, yes, they have.
And
And that was at our direction.
Exactly.
After the sourdough.
Exactly, they did what we asked.
Application. Mr. Warren, you've been listening. Can you think of anything, any trends? You're the man in charge of all the business licenses, and you see these trends. Do you have any comments as to the lack of attendance this evening or the struggles that are going on as the internet businesses take away?
Based on attending the meetings when sourdough came up and the results of the peak meeting and the planning commission meeting, and when I brought up formula businesses in the central business district.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just don't feel there's an appetite to change it. I think that's what it is. It's just that the uproar over sourdough was about sourdough. It wasn't about formula business. That's what I see, but that's just me. I do agree with Vice Mayor Saragosa. The economy is changing, and it will continue to change fairly rapidly. It's accelerating. Fortunately, with some of the laws that are changing with sales tax, making our ability to obtain sales tax on online sales is improving, so that will help us survive this. But I think allowing flexibility provides an opportunity for new businesses that we haven't even thought about come in and operate downtown. So if certain businesses come in and we don't like how they're operating, you can always revisit that ordinance. But at this time, it just doesn't seem like there's an appetite.
You just never know. I just in the last week came downtown and saw that Intercounty building is vacant now. It's just, we've got a lot of vacancies, and I've said it again, Placerville Drive, Broadway, we've got a lot of vacancies around here. And if we, get too stringent, where's that gonna leave us, It's just, I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. We bring it back to it's back to us for a decision. I have to agree with Dennis's concerns about the staff time and the fact that there doesn't seem to be, I like Mr. Warren's word, no appetite to make any significant change right now. Given the fact that staff has a lot of other issues that they're going to be dealing with, this planning staff, that perhaps we just table this and bring it back for review in 6 months?
As needed.
Or as needed. The only reason I said 6 months is because some of the vacancies downtown that have just happened, but hopefully that You know,
Give them a
Randolph
chance to-
Shores is going to reopen, as
Right.
sure is the matter. They're doing some improvements to the old building. Imagine that, it's falling into the creek. So that won't remain forever, but status quo?
I say bring it back in 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah. It gives the public, you know, this is the holiday season, gives the public another, I just can't believe nobody's here. You know, so it gives them another opportunity if nobody shows up and is interested, or if things seem to be, you know, working out just fine, then it'll make the decision easier to make.
Pretty simple on staff's part.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, we could even coincide it with our next HDL report or something. I mean, on our, so I mean, we can leave it to, you know, we can work with staff on that to see what a good time is, but no longer than 6 months. I guess that might be good.
And not require any more information from staff. I mean,
Correct.
we're going to be satisfied with
Correct.
this, you know. That's, at least that's my feeling.
Is that a motion, Kara?
Yeah, I'll make the
And
motion.
I'll second it.
All right. Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Pierre, for all your work with the various committees and commissions.
You're very welcome, and I'll just mention then, staff from time to time gets information, articles and such on this topic, and if I get anything that would be of interest to the council, I'll pass it along.
All right, thank you, Pierre. We do appreciate that very much. Moving on to 12.4, adopt a resolution of intent to initiate amendments to Municipal Code Title 10, Chapter 4, Section 12, ADUs. Again, Pierre, looking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Staff is requesting that the council approve the resolution of intent that's attached to amend the city's zoning code to bring the code into conformity with amendments that have been made to the California Government Code and the California Health and Safety Code through the passage of AB 68, AB 881, and SB 13 that are all pertaining to the regulation of accessory dwelling units, or what we call ADUs. These modifications require changes to the permitting requirements that will be addressing the ministerial permitting approval, parking requirements, lot coverage requirements, minimum or maximum square footage requirements, occupancy requirements, setback limitations, applicable fee reductions or the elimination of certain fees, and applicable review timelines. In other words, all of these changes are to make it much easier for the establishment of ADUs. The legislation also introduces and defines what are called junior accessory dwelling units. That's a whole new term. These are essentially would be a third dwelling unit or guest quarters to be permitted on any lot that's zoned for residential use. The new legislation will go into effect January 1st of 2020. Staff will begin implementing the new state regulations beginning January 1st. Regardless of whether we modified our codes, the state regulations will trump existing city code. The approval of this ROI directs staff to begin the formal zoning code amendment process. Staff will bring the draft zoning code changes to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation to the City Council. With that, staff is recommending that the council approve the resolution of intent to amend the city's zoning code as recommended by staff. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Are there any questions for Pierre? I had just one, Pierre. What's your anticipated time to take this to the Planning Commission?
I will be conferring with both county council and our city planner. There's a lot to tackle. There's a lot, and there's also conflicts between some of these bills, and so we want to make sure that we're bringing something that's clean. I'm actually thinking about maybe not being so onerous in terms of all the different, setbacks and the height limitations and size limitations, maybe trying to loosen up and make it a little easier to establish an ADU and maybe even a junior accessory dwelling unit, but that'll be further discussed then when we get to the hearing process with the Planning Commission. But I'm still anticipating it's going to be probably another I would say a month before we have a draft, before we can actually take it to the planning commission, so probably the end of January, early February. And again, this item here is priority, so we're working on this and not other things, because these laws are going into effect whether we, like it or not, actually.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you very much for that assessment. All right, I'll open this item to public comment. Is there any member of the public wishing to comment on item 12.4, the upcoming changes to accessory dwelling units? Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening. I guess I wasn't exactly truthful because I did want to
You're back.
comment on this. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the state of California about housing and about this and about that. And I am concerned about limiting the local community's hands, tying their hands into changing the whole character of their community. We talked tonight about traffic, about our streets, and it's just that, and it's not particularly this item, it's all of the items that are going to come to us. What is going to happen with traffic if all this push and all these laws come in for all of this housing everywhere in this state, which is already horrendous as far as traffic goes, and our limited streets? So I just don't know if they're taking all of our planning out of our hands totally, and things that are going to go through quickly without any input. What are we going to end up with? And so I don't know what the answer is. I just think it's something that we're going to find out down the road, and that we might not be very happy.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there another member of the public wishing to address council on this? And no one else approaching the podium? I'll close public comment, bring it back to council for action. If there's,
I think we're already not very happy with how it's going, but I think that, we don't have much choice in it, unfortunately. So I would move that we adopt a resolution of a ROI for 19-04.
Second.
been moved and seconded. I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Mayor Acuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to 12.5. Adopt a resolution approving a construction services contract with Doug Veerkamp Engineering for patch paving and seal coating. I believe Mr. Stone has this report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This proposed item before you this evening seeks approval of a construction service contract with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering in the amount of $66,518 for the utility patch paving project. For a variety of reasons, there are temporary asphalt patches located throughout the city. This project seeks to remove those temporary patches and replace them with a permanent solution of hot mix asphalt. Also included in this project is the seal coating of the patches and the replacement of existing street striping. This project was included on the SB1 project list that was submitted to the California Transportation Commission in April of this year. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Nick, are there any questions?
I do have one question.
I certainly.
Over the years, I have seen these projects where various people come in and replace and fix pipes or do work in the street, whether it's a city or a private contractor doing some work. And it always seems like there's a divot, but they don't seem to be responsible for the divot that's left afterwards, and now we're having to pay for it. Is there, I don't know if it's because they're using a cold patch in there or what they're doing, but shouldn't there be some expectation that they fix it correct the first time instead of us getting stuck with fixing them afterwards?
So to answer your question, a lot of those divots are on repairs where the Public Works Department's made a repair on a broken water line or with a sewer issue. And due to other emergencies taking priority, we haven't got a chance to go back there with hot mix asphalt to fill that back in.
Yeah.
Normally what happens is if the weather doesn't permit, we can't get hot mix asphalt. So what we'll do is we'll take cold patch back there as a temporary patch, and over time it's just, they've grown all over the city. So
If I may speak to some of the permitting conditions when we do have folks come in for an encroachment permit that do work out in the street. The city's encroachment permit conditions do include the repair of the street up to, I think, about the center line. So we've implemented full lane widths as far as addressing the pavement. And I'll use the example of in front of the fire station off of Sacramento Street. There was some underground work and some service connections that were there as a result of requested work from the adjacent property owners, and they were required to do the pavement restoration in those areas. So we do follow up with that as far as improvement projects and permits go.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions for staff? All right, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the council on 12.5?
Seems to me if we want our city to look halfway decent, this is something we need to do. Sue Rodman, President of Placerville, driver of our streets. I think this is just ordinary maintenance, but you have to go through and you have to do it every once in a while to take care of all those things that you don't anticipate that you're going to have to dig up the street here, there, and everywhere. But after you've done it, after a while, you do have to come through and then fix it. So I think it's something that we just need to do.
Thank you for your comment, Sue. Is there any other person wishing to comment? Seeing no one else, I'll close public hearing and bring this back to the council for action. Patty, did you have a comment?
Yeah.
Question? Comment.
Well, something. A comment that and I know we've talked about this before, about bids and the amounts, but seeing the difference, it really, I'm questioning, Rebecca, I guess maybe.
No, it would be Nick. Nick, you did the bidding on this, correct?
It just seems like, I mean, we've got, the winning bid was 66,000, and then we had it as high as 134, and then a middle bid, and it just seems like quite a spread. And I'm questioning the work that's going to be, and only because it's Doug Veerkamp, or else I wouldn't, but still, the quality. What's the difference?
I'm very confident in the work that Veerkamp will perform with that. I think that the city has had work done by at least two of those contractors that I know of, and both of them perform quality work that we're regularly happy with. The third one, I'm not aware of any work that they've performed recently within the city. But I don't have any issue.
And that's, I'm not questioning.
Okay.
I'm
sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question.
I guess
I guess maybe I can, was there, did you get a sense that the other bidders didn't quite understand the RFP, or, because generally you're not seeing it where it's doubling up that much in the difference, the amount. I think maybe that's where Patty's trying to go, is why was there such a discrepancy in the amount? I mean, usually, that's a pretty big, it's like double the amount.
If I may.
Yep.
When the bids were collected for this item, and also on item, I believe it's 12.7, which is the Lower Main Street job, Nick did a very good job of pulling together the contract documents and issuing them out for bid at the same time concurrently. So what we actually witnessed happening was Doug Veerkamp utilizing economies of scale of delivering the project simultaneously, and the bids reflected that number. That's the big difference. The other thing too is just because of the working relationship that the city has with Veerkamp, they have figured out how to make things efficient. There's a level of understanding of our expectations, which are high, and there's a level of expectations as to where their own work quality product lies, and they're able to produce that. And I've been watching their bids actually with us get lower and lower and lower on unit prices because, bidders will bid high in a level of uncertainty. And when you have traffic control constraints like Lower Main will, and when you have some unusual situations where you have, utility patch pavings in the middle of larger streets, and I'll use the example of the Bedford Main item, that uncertainty in traffic control can raise a bid price. But again, kind of just knowing what our expectations are, traffic control and adequate safety measures in place too. Does that answer your question?
No, definitely. Thank you,
Okay.
Rebecca. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job, Nick.
That helps explain it better.
Yep.
You're good with that, Patty?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was glad to see this project come along. I've been asking for this for 9 budget years now.
Very nice.
And to further maybe explain it, I have to give Rebecca a lot of credit for the standards in which she has raised our encroachment permit process. In the old days, you could pretty much get away with murder, and that's the divots that Councilmember Thomas talked about. Utilities never came back, PG&E, phone company, etc. In the example that you gave, it was an excellent one. They did a beautiful job and cross lateral trenching. The other issue is we have a responsibility to fix our own holes. And then on these good streets, a year after we repaved Turner Street, we had to go and do, I think, a leaking water service, and that's still a cold patch. It's saw cut and ready to go, but it's been waiting 3 or 4 years. One thing I want to clarify is this is going to be an annual contract for patch paving, correct? Okay, let me rephrase it this way. When I first proposed this several years ago, we used EID's process, which they do an awful lot of the same thing. They don't have time or manpower to go out and fix all the water and sewer holes that they have to dig up. It just so happens that Veerkamp has also been the successful bidder they come up with an estimated number of square footage every year for patch paving, and that's put out to bid every year. And that may be another reason why Veerkamp is very familiar with exactly what this is going to take, because he already does it for El Dorado Irrigation District. So,
And it keeps his workers
If I may,
busy.
Mayor, we did utilize EID's RFP for that as our model.
Thank you.
Nick did a great job pulling that together. The other thing, too, that Public Works did an excellent job on is actually itemizing each of the square footages and identifying all the locations. Some of those areas have been previously corrected with CIP projects, and I'll use the example of, some of the corrective work that was done on Placerville Drive in the last couple of years, thanks to Measure L. And, the list that has been put together as part of this bid package is quite extensive. Even though the square footage may seem small, the locations are many. And, it does add inefficiencies when you're hopping from location to location as well. But this contract right now addresses all that we are collectively aware of.
right, and it's a big list because we haven't done it.
Yes.
So,
I think if I can add to that, whether or not this is an annual contract, this is only issued as a one-time contract.
Correct.
I think the answer is that we do not plan to let it get as many as we have like this again.
Yeah.
So we will
Correct.
monitor it from year to year.
And it
see
seemed to
what the
me
need
that
is.
one of the efficiencies of having, and in this case it would be the Veerkamp under contract, is a year or two ago when we had the sinkhole, or last year when we had the sinkhole open up on Spring Street. If you've got a contractor already under bid for 20,000 square feet of pavement repair, you have Transit District does it every year. They have annual purchase orders or work agreements that are awarded, and those vendors know who they are, and they're on call to perform services. Would that be helpful, given we don't know how big a hole may blow up tomorrow from a water and main break? I hope I didn't just jinx you.
No, thank you. So as Rebecca said, most of these that are on this list right now are from the past 5, 10 years, whatever. In the past year, I would say that our public works crews stepped it up a lot, and almost everyone that we've had an issue with, we've actually gone back whenever was time permitted and filled it back in with hot mix asphalt. So I don't think that there's going to be as many that build up on a list, and there won't be a need for them in the future.
Okay.
And if there is, then I'll bring it up.
It just seems better to have a paving contractor do paving rather than have our public works crew, which does sewer, water, fire, tree removal, storm drain clearing, set up to try and do hot work. That's just, all right. Thank you. I'm happy for where we're getting this, but I still think we can improve on the efficiencies to take the pressure off of our crew, recognizing that this is always going to be an issue. All right. No other discussion. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt a resolution.
I second it.
It was seconded by
Patty can have it.
Councilmember Borelli. All right, roll call vote.
Mayor Kuna.
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Zaragoza.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously. Nick, thank you very much for all your hard work on this. We look forward to seeing these many holes getting fixed. Moving on to item 12.6. This is a biggie. Approving the construction contract with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for the Upper Broadway Bike Lane Snell School Road to Point View Drive project. And I'd be happy to have our city engineer deliver the staff report.
Thank you. How's everybody doing? It's, a little late now. Just wanted to give you an update on tonight's item is for the award of the construction contract for Upper Broadway bike lanes and the storm drain replacement projects at the intersection of Broadway and Schnell School spanning up to Point View Drive. The Upper Broadway project will increase safety and connectivity by constructing bicycle and pedestrian facilities along with associated roadway repairs and improvements on Broadway between Schnell School up to Point Drive as previously mentioned. The storm drain project will replace the failing section of underground storm drain at the intersection of Broadway and Schnell School Road prior to roadway repairs and paving. You may notice that particular area right there in front of it's the Jim's Automotive and Kids Gym area. It's pretty alligatored. It's tore up pretty bad, so this will be addressing that entire roadway condition as well. We are also going to be improving our sewer collection system at select facility locations as a result of inflow and infiltration, I&I, assessment of the system performed by Public Works. Thank you, Nick. The city was successful in receiving federal and state funds to design and construct the proposed pedestrian project and bicycle improvements within the project limits. Council approved release of the bid documents as recent as September 24th, and bids were opened on November 21st, with the city receiving 3 responsive bids. Bidder number 1 was Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for $4,772,166.30. Martin Brothers Construction was $5,824,754.35. McEwen Construction was $5,962,780.25. The apparent low bidder by over $1 million was Doug Veerkamp General Engineering, Inc. A bid analysis was completed and determined there were no irregularities with the apparent low bidder, nor was there a bid protest. References, relevant work, and experience were checked and found to be in good standing order with current licensing. Therefore, Doug Veerkamp General Engineering, Inc. is deemed the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The low bid did come in above the engineer's estimate, and the proposed budget appropriations on this item were reviewed and recommended by the Measure HL Committee at their meeting that took place last night in here on December 9th. Their recommendation allowed the project to come before you this evening with sufficient funding to support staff's direct infrastructure improvements at a saving to our local funds related to storm drain, sewer, and roadway. I'd like to speak on the use of the Measure H&L funds on the project. The bid analysis that was attached to staff's report summarizes the bids received and shows the individual item descriptions with their pricing for the engineer's estimate and each bid received. It also identifies in gray highlights the total value of Measure H fund and Measure L fund eligible costs per line item for both the Upper Broadway Bike Lanes project and the storm drain replacement project, which total $1,654,482.40. I did bring up this number as a ballpark number prior when we spoke in September as well. Staff's recommendations include appropriations that result in a total of $1,050,000 in Measure L funds and $100,000 in Measure H funds for the eligible improvements to the storm drain system, sewer system, and roadway maintenance improvements for a total of $1.150 million in local funds, or 70% of the total value of eligible improvements. I'd like to take a chance to give a shout out to Assistant City Manager Dave Warren and our Measure HL committee and our Public Works folks. We had to come up with the cash at the last minute to help us keep this project moving forward. There is some time constraints with delivering the federal and state funds, and the fact that the committee just rallied and met last night, and all the hard work with Dave helping us pull this together, really appreciate it. And Public Works has been absolutely instrumental in helping us identify our infrastructure needs too and within the corridor prior to paving. So this project is a prime example of showing the economies of scale in savings. In this case, it's a 30% savings for local funds appropriated to a project, and the efficient use of non-local funding sources to help leverage and protect our local funds for improvements within the city. At this time, this project does have an approximate contingency of 3.7%, and it's staff's preference to carry no less than 10% for construction projects. So staff is working with El Dorado County Transportation Commission to secure the additional funds necessary to meet the 10% contingency for the project. Staff would also like to recognize El Dorado County Transit Authority and El Dorado County Transportation Commission as project partners. Federally funded projects takes approximately 8 years to deliver from concept to construction, and this project took a little over 5 years from concept to construction, which is moving at a pretty swift pace for this type of project. This was done with a lot of hard work from a lot of folks. REY engineers, and I'd like to recognize project manager Jim Fisher in the audience, who stuck it out till 10:45. He pushed this project through environmental clearance design and also, most importantly, helping the city prepare the applications that allowed us to be awarded the active transportation funds from federal and SB1 sources. Those are highly coveted funds, and we were pretty fortunate to get them. Dan Bolster with the Transportation Commission also carried the lion's share of the work in keeping the project programmed on track. Brian James with El Dorado Transit served as Transit's project manager for the proposed transit facilities as well, and was there with us every step of the way. These projects become like children to us, and this one in particular required a lot of time, effort, and love to get us to this point, and represents the largest active transportation project the city has delivered to date, with the added benefit of infrastructure improvements. Construction is anticipated to start early 2020 with clearing and grubbing first, and is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2020. This concludes staff's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. You covered 5 years of work in very few minutes and a tremendous, huge project scope. Are there any questions for Rebecca at this point? And Rebecca, this will go all the way to Point View Drive, correct?
Yes, sir. Schnell School to Point View Drive.
Certainly an area that, in my years on the council, has brought a variety of concerns, safety risks, et cetera, So, massive improvements. All right, I will open this up for public comment. Is there any member of the public wishing to comment on item 12.6, the Upper Broadway Bike Lane and Schnell School Road improvements?
Sue Rodman, Measure H and Measure L committee member. And as Rebecca said, we met last night and she went through this with us, and we've agreed with her that this is what we need to do in order to make this project happen in the time frame that's given by those federal and state funds. And the fact that we're moving some money so that we can do it, the money that we're moving is from projects that aren't ready to go to this one that is shovel ready to go. So, and as Measure H and L funds continue to come in, then we'll backfill to do those other projects that we moved money away from to do this one. So I think this is I'm amazed. This is a great project that she's put together, and the whole engineering staff and everybody that's worked with us has done a marvelous job to pull this together, because this has been a problem area for years and years and
Forever.
Decades.
I've lived here for 30 years, and it was a problem when I moved here, and it's still a problem now. So I'm really happy to see this one getting fixed. And especially the fact that we could use the Measure H and Measure L funds for things that you couldn't do with the state and the federal funds because of the different colors of money. And so it lets us do the infrastructure that needs to be done to make this an enduring project.
Thank you, Sue. Anyone else wish to comment on the item? Seeing no one, approaching the podium, I'll close it and bring it back to council. I'll ask Mr. Warren a question. Dave, I think Sue just shared with us some important information in that we are moving our funding around as these projects are actually ready, rather than letting it just sit. You feel comfortable with having this project take this chunk of H&L money, and knowing that H&L is doing well, Are we being prudent with the shifts that we're making?
I believe so. I met with Rebecca before the Measure H, Measure L committee. We talked about the timing of the projects, the liquidation of the Broadway maintenance project, the fact that the sidewalks project isn't ready yet, and the timing of that, and the fact that this is a heavy cash flow project. The majority of the funding is on reimbursement basis, so what it also does is the liquidation provides additional cash infusion for the cash flow demands of the project. So overall, I think it's a good recommendation, and it's going to be a great project when it's done. So,
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Any comments, questions?
No, I'd just like to make a motion.
Okay, Carrie, we'll see.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I know it's late. I had one quick question.
Okay.
With the contingency of 3%, I'm confident that you'll be able to get the money. But just in the off chance that for some reason it didn't come through, would there be a way for us to modify the project so that we're still able to complete it instead of just having it not finished?
We're already working on that without getting the additional funds.
Okay.
You know, so one thing that's actually really great with the project team that we have on this, we have REY as the project lead designer. We have Drake Haglin, which is our construction manager, and we have Doug Veerkamp as our contractor. That's the dream team. Like you put those folks in a room together, and we have been able to come up with some good adjustments in the field based on actual conditions. You know, engineering is done and design is done based on a series of assumptions, right? We do borings to find out what the geology is doing. We do survey work to find out what the topography is doing, what kind of grading we're doing. But once you actually get in there, that's when you have some change conditions, and those will spur on a change order. But we can get creative and work around what we need to work around in a more cost-efficient manner, too. There's a little bit more flexibility, and there's some, you know, you put more heads at the table, you get some more creative solutions, too. So we're actually looking at what's referred to as the CRIP process, which is Cost Reduction Incentive Program. It's an old acronym that Caltrans used to use. But the CRIP process basically allows the contractor to come up with a proposal, and it's done often to an alternative design. And one area where we're looking at those is the series of retaining walls on the project, which are some of the more costly items, actually. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's interesting.
I'm looking forward to this.
That was an
project.
interesting, yeah. It's good to hear that.
Well, I had one further question. It just occurs to me that as we work our way up from Chanel School, that section of Broadway along the blighted shopping center, it frequently has some strange floodings that'll occur, sheeting across the road, and I don't know where it's necessarily coming from each storm, but are we going to be addressing that as we go east?
We're addressing a fair amount of storm drain anomalies in the area.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because it regularly floods, and it's...
Yes. Yeah,
and I'm sure it's a headache for Nick's group.
Yeah.
Try and
One thing
clean
we
it.
attempt to do with these CIP projects is make Nick's headaches less and less.
Good.
And one area is the channel that's on the north side of Broadway as well, the one that's basically directly interfaced at the right-of-way for Caltrans. And then there's some storm drain culverts, et cetera, that we're replacing and working through as well. And then kind of in the area where you mentioned, actually a little bit more westward, the storm drain replacement project around the intersection of Chanel School Road, that is an undersized system that, it's not whole. It needs to be replaced, and it's not adequately sized to handle the kind of flows that are coming down there, because it does collect all of that water from the east end, transferring it down to the west end, and then ultimately transferring it down towards Hangtown Creek. So this project will address the deficiencies in the city's storm drain system in that area, and will hopefully reduce that flooding. In addition to the pipes having some integrity issues, that does affect the subgrade below roadway, and that was what the driving factor of getting those pipes addressed, getting those buttoned up first before we do roadway and subgrade work in that area.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
If there's no other questions, Patty, I believe you said you wanted to make a motion?
I would like to move that we adopt the resolution and items 1 through 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Definitely a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Kuna?
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor?
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. This has been a long one coming. Look forward to seeing the progress that we start to make early next year.
What's the time frame? Did
The
Rebecca tell us?
time frame again on this project is,
Well, if it's up to them, they'd have a chainsaw right now. But they are starting work probably next month, given weather clearance.
okay, good.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting it's December.
So
It is December, yes.
Start
It's supposed
to
to-
about,
Towards the
September.
projected schedule based on the working days puts it towards the end of 2020. But like I said, we're looking at some efficiencies that can be done in the field. So it'll probably be done late fall of 2020 as opposed to, November, December
it's
timeframe.
not bad.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Moving on to item 12.7, approved construction service contract with Doug Veerkamp Engineering, Doug Veerkamp General Engineering for seal coating and striping on Lower Main Street. Nick, I believe this is yours.
It is, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. This item before you seeks approval of a construction service contract with Doug Veerkamp General Engineering in the amount of $49,386.80 for the seal coating and striping of Lower Main Street as it relates to the Lower Main Street asphalt rehabilitation project. This project was included in the adopted 2018-2019 capital improvement project budget. The original project description included both work performed by contractor and city staff. For the past few weeks, Public Works staff has been performing the preliminary rubberized crack sealing in the project area whenever weather and workload have permitted. We're expecting to be done with that probably by the end of this week, if it doesn't rain. Once staff completes the rubberized crack sealing and weather allows, the contractor will be scheduled to perform the remaining seal coating and striping. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. Does council have any questions at this point? I had one. Nick, there was an issue, we spoke about it earlier this morning regarding that section of Highway 49 that this project is not going to cover?
Not at this time. We reached out to Caltrans in regards to that, and as of this afternoon, hadn't heard an answer back.
Okay, so what we probably need to explain for the benefit of the council is from the intersection of Pacific Street to, the route of Highway 49 is going to be omitted at this time. Yes, the cringe look.
That's correct. Let me grab the project exhibit, and I'll tell you the corresponding color of the section that
Okay.
won't be done right now.
Okay.
It's this, yeah, it's that section right
The
there.
red,
Oh,
or the blue, yeah.
That would be the tealish section towards the right
Teal.
hand side.
Teal, not blue teal.
Teal.
That's a good teal, that's good. Mhm. So,
well, that's a
there's
bummer.
another section in there that we have yellow, then we have a gray section, that's the concrete, correct?
Correct.
And of course, you don't want us to do the bridge deck. So it's very unfortunate that Caltrans has been non-responsive. The cost to do that section, Nick, is how much?
I believe it was around $8,000.
68, I think, is what we said.
6,800, I think it was.
6,800.
Okay. That is going to look absolutely horrible. Cleve, did you have any? Cleve had volunteered to try and
I
reach
just want to
into
add
Caltrans.
that Between Rebecca and I think we've got some good contacts at Caltrans. I think we can get it done.
I hope so. I'm going to suggest that we even,
Just do it.
The work, correct me if I'm wrong, the work will probably not be done till March-ish.
I don't know if it'll be March, but it's going to be a little while. I drove through there today, and it's still pretty wet and pretty cold.
Rebecca?
We
Yes.
still have some rubberized correction to do.
So I did talk to the project manager today, and they're looking, in order to complete the work, you have to have 55 degrees and rising. And next week's forecast is high 40s. So we're watching the temperature and making adjustments accordingly, but they felt that they could probably get it done in January.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
On the famous ice bridge and everything?
We just have to talk to the guy in charge of the weather.
Wow. Okay.
10 degrees colder.
Either way, what are our chances of recovering our costs from Caltrans?
I think there's a good chance. I think we can get it done.
If you think about the mobilization and demobilization, the contractor is going to not even want to stop. They're going to, I mean, and then to bring another contractor back, you would pay $20,000 to have that 600.
I think it's ridiculous to not even, we have to do it, that's all.
The delay with weather, I think, will play in our favor in this.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can order some rain. It's going to rain. There's a good set of storms coming later this month. 18th, 20th. Will that help, Nick?
Yeah.
I can make them bigger.
If we don't pay for it, is it more likely or less likely they're going to, what I'm wondering is strategically, if nobody's listening, do we want to pay for it and then hope for reimbursement? Or do we want to not pay for it? Because I heard some discussion about possibly us footing the bill and hopefully they reimburse.
I think it's good to have that money waiting for them to give a thumbs up. I will say that for them to come back at a later date, it's probably not going to fall high on their priority list. This really is a golden opportunity for Caltrans to kind of just, let us do something that actually meets their standards. The city defaults to Caltrans standard specs and plans, which has been beneficial for this work as well. But I think it's good to have those funds available should we get that golden email that says, oh, yeah, great idea, keep going, and we get it done with the project. Okay. So,
thank you.
Sure.
So does it make sense then to maybe hold to see if we get a response in the next week or so, or do we just go ahead and then just add on to it later if we get the golden email we all want to see? In other words, do we just
I don't think we
hold
want to
on?
put it on hold.
I guess the only question I really have is, if by chance, and I don't think this will happen, but if by chance Caltrans says no prior to the time that we're ready to go to work, do you want us to go ahead and do it? Do you want to authorize the payment to do it anyway?
All right.
I do.
That's the question.
And if you include that into your motion and what you do, then we will make that happen, but we will
You'll pursue
do everything we can to get Caltrans to
We could
pay
talk
for
to
that.
Sue and see what measure.
We'll send Sue to Marysville, to headquarters. Ooh, somebody turned the heat on in here.
Yes, it's, because I was putting on my coats. I shamed him into it.
Nick must still be down there. And Terry. I haven't seen, is Terry still down there?
He is.
Thank you, Terry.
We need to
At this
put one
late
of those
hour, I can't even
mirrors
see
up
the
there
top
so
of his
we
head
can-
anymore.
can
All right, I've opened it. Did I open it to the public?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm going to do that now. Is there any member of the public wishing to address us on 12.7, seal coating, Lower Main Street?
Sue Rodman, Measure H and L. And I imagine if we had to come up with a little more Measure L money to do this, we probably could manage to do it, since this is maintenance of existing things. And before Lower Main Street falls apart, we just need to do this. I mean, this is part of keeping roads that aren't completely gone so that they remain in good shape. So we just need to do it. Caltrans, I've talked to Caltrans before. I've had some success talking with Caltrans before. But we were talking to the Stockton office, not the Marysville office, but, we talked to Stockton and the main office in Sacramento, and we're successful getting things done. So they can be moved.
Right.
It's not always easy, but it can happen.
Right.
All right, thank you, Sue. I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for action. I think it's pretty consistent that we just want to go ahead and do the entirety of the work and do our best to recover our costs.
So he just asked we include it in the motion.
I just think I
Right,
just did that.
So, okay.
I'll make a motion to do that, to include the entire area as outlined,
1 through 3.
1 through 3.
I'll second it.
Is that clear to me that we're including the Caltrans section?
Got it.
This is the entrance to our town. It is going to look hokier than heck.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
What's wrong with the city? No, it wouldn't be us, but All right, if there's no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to please call for.
What's the total dollar amount in that then?
Nick, what's it?
49,386.
Is that 49,386.80 plus 6,800, or is that a solid number?
Oh, down here it says 54,000.
Do you know that, Nick? Does that 40,
800.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I'd have to look at the
whether or not that
exact number
includes
in
the
the
68?
It looks like the 54,000 includes the 68 and the 49,000 is that
This
number
is,
minus
they estimate
68.
additional 5,000 for Public Works to,
I just want to make sure we get the dollar amount right.
Well, the 54 is the 49 plus the 5,000.
Contingency.
For potential change orders. So if you've given us that direction, we understand if we have to add the 68 to the 49 in order to make it work, we will do that and make the project work. So we'll.
Is that good enough for a motion?
Yeah, we understand where you're at. We're going to include it, so.
I got a second here. So I'll second that.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Let's go.
Mayor Kuna.
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli. Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Dombas.
Aye.
We're really losing it. It's after 11 o'clock. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Nick. Go out and seal code. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting up the ice flashing signs too so quickly. Very good. All right. Given the time of evening, I would either reschedule or suspend the State of the City report. This is neither the time or place to do that now. Am I allowed to do that?
I'm okay with that, but I would really like to know the state of the city. So even if you just email it or.
I don't know. Okay, you
I'd
don't
like
want me to do that.
Schedule it,
You
but
can do
I'm
it at the
I'm
first
down
part
with
of the
that.
next meeting.
Yeah, we could do it on the
Would that
first-
be okay?
I'm okay
I
with
think
that.
so.
Exactly.
Would that be all right?
Even if you're not the mayor on the first part of the next meeting.
I think that would be a good time
well,
to do it.
Yeah, I think so.
That'd be all right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, I don't want to take up that time, and hopefully we won't have to go through the council reports either.
No,
Okay,
we can-
moving on to, we will reschedule. Thank you. I appreciate your interest in what I have to say. We'll do it when I'm more awake. 12.9, election of new mayor and vice mayor. At this time, the mayor will request nominations for the council for the election of mayor effective January 2020. So may I ask, I will now open nominations for the position of mayor.
I'd like to nominate Vice Mayor Saragosa for mayor.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations? All right, I will close, how am I doing, John? Okay. I will close nominations for mayor and ask for the clerk to call for a roll call vote. We have a nomination for Vice Mayor Saragosa to serve as mayor in 2020.
Mayor Kuna.
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
The motion is unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Saragosa. You will be our new mayor in January.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, I will go ahead and now open nominations for the position of vice mayor for the year 2020. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Dennis Thomas.
All right, is there,
I'll second.
been moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations? I will close nominations and ask the clerk to please call for a roll.
Mayor Kuna.
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Saragosa.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Councilmember Thomas.
Aye.
Motion is unanimous. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. You will be our vice mayor in January 2020. All right, we're almost done. Is there any need for us to report on item 13?
No.
At this point in the evening. At this point in the evening.
Patty speaking for us all.
Yes, I agree with
We're
Pat.
good. And 14.
Lots of dittos.
14, were there any items that we wanted to, for future agenda items? Clay Street? No. We're bringing that back? Okay. All right. And then we've done 15.1, and let's see, we are going to, at our next meeting, we're going to have several things. Jack Russell Culvert, the introduction of our new mayor and vice mayor, and we have a new police officer coming on board, and more Lincoln Highway sign stuff. So, great. And so with that, I will go ahead and close out our meeting and wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Then our next regularly scheduled meeting will be held on January 14th, 2020. Wow. Thank you, and a very good night.